So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for your me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a Blood Orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric Fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric Fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ultimate Royale is a new ranking system created by PUBG Mobile and released in 3.4 for all you hardcore players and those who aspire to become pros.
The only requirement to participate in this brand new ranked mode is to be crowned tier or above in any mode in the current or previous season. With this new mode, new tiers are also being introduced, such as Vanguard, Exceed, Supreme, Peerless, and Legends.
The rank mode will open up at set times along the week for you to try to battle your way to the top. To truly embody the competitive nature of PUBG Mobile, the original battleground of Classic Erangel will be the exclusive map of Ultimate Royale.
This ranked experience will also replicate all of the settings that make PUBG Mobile Esports what it is today. The lobby size will now host only 64 players instead of the usual 100, red zones have been removed, while the zone settings and the loot spawn rates will now be the same as in official tournaments.
Of course, for the players skilled enough to participate in Ultimate Royale, there will be exclusive tier rewards to reflect your skill. Furthermore, if you're able to break into the Ultimate 500, this being our top 500 players in your respective region, you open up the opportunity to be scouted by professional esports teams thanks to the improved visibility of the top 500 rankings. Can help you and your team participate in PMGO by being selected to skip the first round of PMGO qualifiers or selected by your region's pro teams for a tryout as a pro player. More information will be revealed during the season by PUBG Mobile Esports, so stay tuned.
We've seen you guys in the chat saying, oh, I can beat this team. Well, now is your chance to prove it by trying your best to rank into the top 500 to potentially get your chance to compete with the best in the world. And speaking of best in the world, we proudly present to you the Ultimate Royale Season 1 cover team, the 2024 PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, deitado. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know the story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one minute turn. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Welcome back for day number 2 of the finals here at the PMSL EMEA. We are ready to get into yet another day of action. We've had one of our 3 days, and we've only got 2 more to play, so we'll be getting stuck in very, very soon. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to be taking a look at all 16 of our teams as they vie for those 6 qualification spots.
Indeed, we are. We have a few teams left remaining down towards the bottom who will be leaving us at the end of this tournament. The finals so far have been amazing to watch, been very close, very tight in terms of the top side of those leaderboards. We'll see if anyone pulls ahead too far tomorrow, but our socials are underneath PUBG Mobile Official Europe, and you can go check that out on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok.
Absolutely. Make sure you're heading over there to keep up to date, because that's the only way that you guys can unleash the beast with Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com/game. I'm preempting the graphics here, Blank. I'm going ahead. I'm striking out on my own. And as so I've spoken, so shall it appear beneath me, the banner that will tell you all about Monster Energy. Make sure you head over there, check it out. Your sponsors here at PMSL EMEA.
Indeed. We love a bit of Monster here. I needed some Monster yesterday, and I got some. It's in the fridge right now. Maybe I'll whack it out later on. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I think I just got the Classico.
Ah, black can, green M.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, got to do it. That won't eat too much, though, into your prize pool, Blank, if you were able to jump on into those finals, because, of course, we've got $227,500 up for grabs over the next 2 days, with chicken dinner awards coming through. A lot of this money already split out, given over to some of the teams. Obviously, the challenges during the league, some of those chicken dinner awards, the league stage prize pool, as well as the participation reward. A lot of that has been given out, so we've still got over half of it to go, but either way, teams have been earning as they've been playing so far. They've still got a little bit further to go.
Yes, they do. Up towards the top side for finals, it is 55k in first place. Second place will be taking home 35,000. Third place with a cool 22. You do get quite a bit just for making it here, though, of $5,000 just for making it through. But if you were 16th place, got that $5,000, it's more like a pity reward because you will not be making it through to PMGC. We're looking for teams to jump up towards 10th, 9th, 8th, depending on where our PMG points winners will end up. They could really ruin us here, John, and actually head far down towards the bottom side of the table, in which case those spots become a little bit more limited towards the top.
That is true. I mean, it's kind of a difficult flux situation right now. At the moment, that lowest qualification spot from our table sits in 9th with Zeus. Teams Virtus Pro currently the only team outside of those top 8. So they are in 11th currently, which means 10th place Fireflux. No luck for them. They would much rather that Virtus Pro were a couple of places higher, swapping out for someone like Na'Vi or Heroic, and then they might have a chance at it. But these are the maps we're going to be playing today. It's not the same as League Stage. We do change things up here in the finals. It goes Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. And that is, of course, a lovely rhyme, but it's rhyming Erangel with Erangel, which I feel like detracts from it somewhat.
Yeah, I guess it rhymes, suppose.
It rhymes if you just don't pay too much attention.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to look at this. But yeah, we do have this being a bit more of a varied amount of maps, so we do get something a little bit different every single time that we see the matches come through, which is really, really nice, and that's what we like to see over here in our finals. But yeah, we will have a special little show match coming up shortly. Before we can get to that, let's talk about what happened yesterday, John, because there was some pretty big standouts from yesterday, and one of those was Enigma Galaxy with Redux taking the MVP home yesterday, and that was the big deal because for Enigma Galaxy, I think this is the best they performed the entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. A standout, head and shoulders ahead of what they've been able to achieve so far. I think in the overall league standings, this is a team that really didn't have that much of an impact. They actually were 13th on overall points across all 3 weeks out of 20. So below halfway. This is a great turn up for them. They're in second place, but it is so close. You can see that those tiebreakers coming into effect, those placement points being ahead for Enigma Galaxy, putting them just over IWNRX, and they're only 1 point behind of Twisted Minds, who also had a really strong day. These are our tiebreaker teams, and you can see a little bit more placements there from Enigma Galaxy, but a little bit more eliminations from IWNRX. So it swings and roundabouts. Generally, elimination focus is a little bit more volatile in terms of those points scoring over the long run, but we're only playing an 18-match set, so it's kind of difficult to differentiate at this stage.
I think the way I see it as well for Enigma Galaxy is that, you know, they had 18 points in terms of those league points they were able to accrue here throughout their tournament in that league stage, which means they were accruing 58 points over yesterday, which is just a little bit under a 10-point average is what we expect from a very strong team. And a very strong player indeed is Redux, whose average damage is higher than Swain's. Obviously, Alim's and average knocks is further down, but he was putting the hurt on a lot of squads, particularly in situations where he was realistically a solo, right? Didn't really have too much of a chance into those matches, but was still being a huge pain for a lot of other squads. But yeah, not hitting that 10-point average is a big deal because of how close it is towards this top side, going from 77 down to 64 in 6th place. It's not a big jump here, John, and that is just because so many teams are really busting to get towards that top side.
Yeah, they are putting in a shift, starting to climb. Team Spirit only just featuring on this front page, but 20 points behind first place. That's a surmountable gap. They've got 2 days to do it, a step up necessary for them. Of course, when you take into account those league ranking points that have carried over somewhat into this stage as well, it just makes all of these tables so much closer because teams that did particularly well towards the top haven't done so well so far on these standings, because you've got teams like 77, to be fair, they probably continue to be the most consistent overall, but teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Fireflux, that were doing fairly well on those league ranking points, aren't really featuring on this front page. So there's been a little bit of a shift in terms of the distribution of those points. Taking a look at Team Spirit and Na'Vi, these are 2 teams who had, well, they were week 1 for Na'Vi and week 2 for Team Spirit, standout performers, right? So as we take a look at these averages, they're a little bit lower than what we've seen from them in the past, but they are very much neck and neck when it comes to this stage specifically.
Yeah, I mean, average damage of 1,000 per game is not actually that bad, right? And 4.5 eliminations, that's good. You know, you end your day, 6 matches, around about, let's say, 5 per match. You're getting 30 points alone on just those elims. So I think for Team Spirit and Na'Vi, like, that is a very good standout performance from them so far. It's just they do go underneath our radar a lot, both Na'Vi and Team Spirit, because they do just put up fairly decent gameplay, but in the past they have shown us something absolutely wild. Heading over towards our second page, though, it is those bottom spots that we're taking a look at from 11th through to 16th right now, and I mean, it could even be lower than that, because Virtus Pro currently in that 11th spot would be taking home their EU PMGC points qualification. But yeah, for Power, RCB, S2G, Trovo 2030 and Team Falcons, this is a worrisome time.
Absolutely. It's the time now to turn things around, right? To come back in and try and progress forwards, because that is what a lot of teams are going to be looking for, to try and jump up as high as they can, get to one of those qualification spots. But before we get into our matches all the way, before we get fully stuck in, we've got something special for you. Take a look.
It's time for your sacrifice.
That's right, Dracula awaits you in the Crimson Castle. Make sure that you're heading on over there and taking a look at what you can earn for these players. We've got a prize pool. Some alarms going off in the street outside my window there. They've calmed down. That was just Dracula. He's causing havoc over in Suburbia. Get a little bit of siren action going. But our teams will be competing for, granted, a smaller prize pool than the finals, but still hefty chunk of cash here. $2,500 for the team that places first at the end of 3 show matches.
Hey, you take $2,500 roos. That's good for you. That's good for the health. So I think most teams will be quite pleased to pick themselves up an extra $2,500. You can see we're here in the studio of the Blood Moon Awakening, which looks very nice, looks very cool. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this match. It was fun, a good fun yesterday. It was nice to see, you know, we have Orca skins throughout the majority of this tournament. Oh, even my name card's cool. Thank you, guys.
It's red.
But yeah, so I think even we had the Orcas throughout the majority of the tournament, but the teams were able to show off some more skins that they enjoy using themselves in game.
Absolutely, yeah. The Crimson Battle beginning. Make sure that you guys are heading over to PUBG Mobile version 3.4 so that you can take part as well, because it is going to get pretty bloody, pretty brutal here with the Blood Moon Awakening themed game mode. Several features of this game mode. One of them, the most notable, is these rifts that you can summon using those crimson crystals by defeating. Well, actually, you can find them in the Crimson Castles here. You can see one of those on Stalba, one of them further off over towards Quarry. If you crush those, you can summon up a portal to the realm of Dracula himself and take him on.
What you like to see? We like to see Dracula in action. We like to see him being taken down. I don't think we had the pleasure of that yesterday. Hopefully today we'll get to see the man himself, Dracula, taken down within his shadowy halls.
That's right. Trying to shine a light on it if you're a werewolf warrior, though. I don't like those vampires one bit. It's going to be pretty nasty. We have forced our teams to hot drop for this game mode. They are necessarily going in for these fights, or these engagements, which means that you will see teams fighting over the Crimson Castle, and if you win it, you have to go and fight Dracula. There's no two ways about it in this game mode. If you're playing at home, technically you don't, but you probably should. It's great fun. IWNRX and Brute Force going to be dropping.
Yeah, Brute Force, IWNRX. Getting down with it. 1,000 shots off towards the side. You can hide in those coffins. And you can run. So you can run and hide in this game mode. We're flipping it on his head here. I like that.
Hey. They are trying to turn things on its head, trying to change things around. One of these werewolf settlements. Team Spirit doing pretty well right now. Catching Fadan with a bit of damage. Kitsune getting some healing. as they move through the wooden buildings, the architecture here that's been put in especially for this game mode.
Do you ever think about that phrase, you can run but you can't hide? Because I do.
I do. I think about it all the time.
I think about it a lot because wouldn't that just imply that you just keep running?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. It's like you can keep running, but I'll keep chasing you, and I'll always find you. And it's a statement of like intent to exhaust.
Yeah, but I just keep running.
Your quarry. Yeah, but just you can't run forever.
I can.
Can you?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's crazy.
What about him? He can't run forever
and you can
either.
run forever. That's like two incredible superpowers.
He can't run forever either, though.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same as like how humans were the apex predator, right?
Yeah.
Our strategy has always been pursuit and long distance running. That's why we evolved to have sweat glands, so that we could cool ourselves down on a long run and just keep chasing. Better than the person with the quarry that we're pursuing.
Well, I've tried to do a funny, and we've had a biology lesson instead.
I've scienced you.
Yeah.
I've scienced
So,
out the funny. There you go.
Let's get back to being unfunny in the Blood Moon Awakening, which is very spooky, very serious.
Or spooky nade. Over to someone who is definitely not normally on the Team Spirit roster.
Yeah, Traxxer.
Oh,
tracking him down.
Ah. What does he do when his werewolf friend gets away from the team? He tracks her.
Her?
Yeah, could be.
Oh, okay. I get it. I understand it. I see where you're going with it.
I know.
I've accepted it. You can find the spectral wolves around the map, and when you find them all, or enough, you will find the ancestral treasure in the Blood Moon Awakening. Open it up to find yourself some wonderful rewards at home in version 3.4.
Spray down, Fidan. Not quite catching it, but going 1-for-1 on the trade. Fidan again, still up top. Wants to drop down towards Effect, who's got the nade cooking. He's going to send that up to the sky. Not going to connect, though. Sends out wide and Al Haji. We're looking for these knocks, looking for these flushes. Effect. No, he's not going to be able to get it done.
Nowhere to be, sadly. Fidan goes for the res. Attic goes down. Horse in action for Kitsune. Dashing away into the wilderness.
He's out of there. That is one fast horse.
Yeah.
It's got some pace to it.
Oh, it's quite fast. It's a demon horse, this one.
Ooh, wow.
Evil horse.
I think the horse is pretty chill.
That one's evil. It's got like red markings on it and evil eyes.
Okay, yeah. No, that is how you tell, actually.
Yeah.
Fancy here for Malloy around the side of the fence. Won't be able to do much more here with Shifu coming in through the gates, storming into the village. The werewolf settlement. No safe place to be for Virtus Pro.
Cool skins on display too for us.
Oh, yeah.
Falcons taking down Na'Vi, Twisted Minds taking down Zeus, Centiferex taking down Falcons, Twisted Minds taking down Zeus again, it's Falcons on the item direct. It's all back and forth. Oh, brute force though.
Oh,
He's summoning old Drac.
Claiming the throne up in Stalber. Brute force, I believe they will have claimed a Crimson Crystal. They're going to be looking to take on Dracula fairly soon, I'm sure.
To get themselves geared up for it, though. Not something you can do without preparation.
No.
Is once you're Dracula.
Definitely something you want to get ready and stacked up for.
That's right now. Fury's got none.
Oh my god. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is five teams I'm counting right now. Goodness me. The other castle deserted. Free reign to attack Dracula. on your own pace. But here, seems like the real battle is between themselves. A spray for Darkin. Trying to cut across the top of that balcony lip, but not going to catch him. Ducking back behind cover. Coops is alive for now.
Dear me. RCB, though. Desperately trying to keep themselves up, but there are so many teams around them at the moment.
Rex with the challenge against RCB, trying to keep this corner under control, but not quite connecting. The rose bushes in the way, but he hops up on over, tramples the flower bed, and gets the job done here. Nick the Galaxy, Snowix and Narvalo both down, I believe. Redox is there and alive. Fireflux moving up. RCB kind of getting caught out a couple of times now, but we still got 13 teams remaining.
13 teams all up and kicking. A bit unideal. Fireflux. Mr. Ketch. Looking around. We were down to 43 players, back at 47. I think people had their second chances into these games.
Yeah, dropping on those points of interest. Gives you the opportunity to come back in even if you die. With your team still alive. Ooh, who's this? I'm assuming this is Brute Force. They're going in for Dracula. They have opened the portal.
It's 77.
It's 77. It's... Ooh, okay. Let's come out. Whoa, look at that guy. The big old creepy claw. He's got bat friends.
Headshots, doing more damage. Taking him out. Pretty fast, actually. But a grab will find one. Phase 2 unlocked.
Ooh, from in the coffin. Now it's time to take down those blood orbs. Got to surround himself. You can see those hovering blood orbs. You need to get those down. Headshots, much less effective. Limbo, he's got the right idea there.
Yeah, and they break the shield, and we'll go for the elimination onto Dracula. Vanquish him from this world, and there it is.
Victory for 77, and they will claim their prize. Unlocking Dracula's cash, his hoard of goodies. Look at that. They just keep coming.
No, they've got tons of stuff to work with. Ah, wonderful. Now 77 looted and booted.
They were able to do so much damage so quickly. I mean, these guys are pros, but that's pretty insane.
Yeah, on the other side of things, it is Twisted Minds to find Dracula in another castle. And then back through the rift to return to reality.
In they go. Back into the plane for 77. And they can opt to potentially drop onto this one. That'll be interesting.
It could do. I mean, Dracula's already been removed in this castle, but they can certainly get involved in it. Still 13 teams, as well as many players remaining. 50. They keep coming back, Joe.
Well, they're trying. Redox not having the best time of it. Goodness me. Can't parachute down onto this hot drop. Expect to get away with it like that. Down you go. Almost immediately redispatched, but that's a beautiful nade coming through from Eren. On Zeus, he's able to put it right in the perfect place. And Fireflux now looking a little bit shaky. Lux has to drop back. Zeus can put pressure forwards. Another attempt at Dracula's life here. There's power. Look to take him on themselves. Is it just Al-Haji?
He doesn't.
Oh no.
No, Al-Haji.
He doesn't know. It's the orbs. You gotta get the orbs.
mechanics. Al-Haji.
Come on. Whoa.
Read
There is
what
a
it's
timer.
saying.
There is a timer on this fight. Look at that. Goodness me. You do not want to get too close to Dracula. You'll have your guts for garters.
He's read that one.
Yeah, that's good. You do need to stand behind the pillars for cover as he explodes out. Plenty of other stuff going on, but he doesn't know the mechanics, Al-Haji. No! There is a timer on this fight as well, which means he needs to conclude it within...
Yeah, there's a timer on this fight. It's pretty big.
There's a timer on this fight?
Yeah, there's actually a timer on this fight, John.
There's a timer on this fight. I'm going to say it again.
Yeah. No, you should do it
like
one
two
more
times.
time. Yeah.
But then things happen and I have to stop.
Do it again.
I had to start.
Look, the time is almost gone.
He doesn't realize. He doesn't realize. Oh no. That was the stage timer. That was not the fight timer.
No, it's the timer on this fight. 77 going the second time. Round
Is
2.
this the second attempt?
Round 2.
Okay.
These guys have been cracking. They know what's good. They know how this works.
The fight again. Ooh, look at that. Dodging the projectiles. Are they... Okay, it's only Limbo Boom who's read the manual here. Who's read the rules. You take down the shield and almost immediately he's done for.
I think they're breaking the shield and then Limbo Boom also been breaking those. So it's like a double whammy effect, you know. Been at the same time. Let's go again. Get some more loot up in here.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Ooh, is that M24 ATEX scope there? Some level 3s.
Per 90, I think. I saw.
Ooh. MG3s, a lot of armor, med kits. Oh, that's a self AED that he was able to pick up there, which allows you to revive yourself. Great for an off-angle player. You can send out. If you get knocked, just pick yourself back up. No big deal.
Yeah, back in the plane. Do it again. Round 2. How is there still 48 players in this lobby?
They just keep coming back. They're like roaches.
It's impressive. It is impressive. I think our game yesterday ended around about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Perhaps, I think so. Look at that, the field of... Is that poppies or roses? I'm not entirely sure.
I want to say roses.
Yeah. Oh, Team Spirit. They're having a cracker track.
Everyone
know
gets
the
a go.
mechanics?
I think that they're set up. They know it works. They got it. They got it in the bag.
Whoa. Whoa, he's grabbed effect. Oh, you got to release him. Put him down.
Round 2. This is the true test. That's like he says, the real test begins now. Kitsune, I think, understands.
Okay,
Wow,
someone's done it.
Break on the shield.
Ooh, look at that. Pumping the auto shotgun into the back of the head. That feels like a pretty solid way to do damage to Dracula. And they will be victorious. Those crimson crystals that they were able to crush. Summoning that portal. Look at the loot they're going to achieve. What are they going to find? Plenty of goodies.
That's awesome. Molotovs, red dot sign, level 3 backpackaroos, AUG.
Oh, is that P90, I think?
Oh,
Sure.
that was
Is
an
this
AUG.
Is this third loot drop for 77?
Yeah.
It's greedy at this point.
They're going crazy. I have seen so many eliminations coming through in the feed.
And
There
there's
we
still
go.
44.
Yeah.
There's still 44 players. How's this happening?
I don't know.
Vampires are immortal, so...
It is true. We are only in stage 2 though, in classic mode. So there's a lot of the map remaining.
13 eliminations already on side for Fireflux. Kind of slick with it.
Ooh, members of the night wearing the... This is the first werewolf we've seen!
Oh, let's go! Werewolf Warrior! Scarface! Look
This
how
is
fast he can
cool.
move. He's rapid.
Just dropping some half-halves on them right now.
Look at that, didn't even take full damage. Just leaping around. Like a
Yeah,
hairy cannonball.
Yeah, he's super fast.
Oh.
Got himself a
little bit
buff.
more empowered. Yeah,
He's buffed up.
look at that. Got some pace to him, this guy.
Basically a horse, but a
Is he?
wolf.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, everyone's going to be using the werewolf after seeing this.
Yeah, they definitely
Look at
should
the
be.
rotate potential.
You just go straight across those open fields. Not care in the world. Team Spirit, Twisted Minds having a bit of a scrap, a bit of a Barney between themselves. One knock towards the top. Matic trying to hop out through the window here. Sees Twisted Minds encroaching. A 4x on the DBS, but it's not going to matter because there's someone walking around behind him. Team Spirit, they're out.
They're gone. There's an evil horse. Another evil horse. There's brute force on their horse.
A brute for horse.
Brute for who?
Brute for hoof.
77 taking an RCB. Wowzers. Incredible gameplay going on.
It's going to be interesting to see what 77 get out of this match, right? They've been spending so long taking down Dracula that they may not have as many elimination points as a team like Fireflux. You've got, I think, what was it, like 12 or something?
We've got like 8 elimination points on Drac.
Okay. Ah, they're trying to capture the zone.
Dracula points.
Yeah. Oh dear. Get a couple of Dracky Ps.
I think that's the thing. Well, not too many Dracky Ps. Ketch back on his werewolf warrior shenanigans. Love the acceleration on this.
It's quite satisfying, isn't it? Whoa! This guy got mad hops. So does Malloy, though. Hopping straight on in. Ragnar trying to defend on the top floor. It's going to work out for 1, 2, and 3 as well. Falcons with 2. Taking a 2 versus 4 against Virtus Pro. This is not great news. Brute Force, however, going to rock straight on up. Freeze it. Leaves his horse at the post this time. Instead takes cover behind it. Cheeky little taste of grass there for the horse. And he's completely unbothered by the fact that Virtus Pro and Team Falcons both in severe danger now.
Big time. Honestly. Very scary stuff. F the wall from Freezer. We'll look for a little bit of extras. Sends another in. Big damage. Good stuff. The Brute Force finds themselves 15 eliminations on the game. I'll be getting you as soon as I get my buddy up. Going anywhere.
They both immediately pop the shot. Lemon able to close that one down. 7 eliminations for Na'Vi. Chilling with it. I wonder if any of them are werewolf warriors.
I never know. Become a werewolf. You must train hard. Under the moonlight.
It's one of the core rules of werewolfness. Werewolfology.
Anthropology.
It's like anthropo, but I like I like it. Anthropo, like. Do you get it?
Yeah. It's like
teams definitely seem to have figured out that the wolf is a very powerful thing to have because you're essentially carrying around your own vehicle, right?
Yeah. I think that they've been sleeping on the werewolf warrior for a while. It also climbs buildings.
Useful.
The horse have radios on them.
I mean, yeah. Your horse. Whoa, Freezer. Hopping in. Hops off the saddle. Straight into the fight. And off he goes.
That is quite literally in comes the cavalry.
That is true. I like it. I want a cavalry charge. Next time around. Let's get some old Napoleonic military tactics going.
Yeah, give me the sideline pincer. Give me the sideline pincer.
Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. Al-Haji, Twisted Minds. Standoff here. He tried to take down old Drac, didn't know the mechanics. But Coop's a lot easier to banish.
Yeah, Coop's, dastardly villain.
True.
But he does have a weakness. Right, his arch weakness.
Grenades.
Grenades.
Ah. Yeah, I'm pretty weak to grenades as well, actually. It's one of my few weaknesses.
Yeah, he's extra weak to them.
Oh, okay. Like plus 100%.
Yeah, but it doesn't take too much time. It's a hovercraft.
Ooh, the hovercraft. We haven't seen too many of these either. They are allowed to use them as game mode. A couple of puffs of steam out the side. keeping the rim inflated. This can go over both land and water, which means that you can transition very quickly across a lot of water and have a vehicle available when you get to the other side. Something that is generally not quite as easy to get in regular gameplay. So nice to see the hovercraft having an appearance.
Yeah, it takes a ton of damage to that thing as well. Like, it can eat the bullets and make sure that it doesn't go down too easily. So it's a nice thing to rotate in, especially over water, because the boats, you know, we all know that once your boat blows up in the middle of the ocean, it is GG. Your hovercraft's going to keep you safe. In comes Axa.
Werewolf Axa. Chowing down on a Dagestan prey there. Zadira will fall. We have 7 teams remaining. These teams are starting to fall fairly quickly now, Blank.
Yeah, we're getting down to it. With only 16 players. Axa's on the journey, though. Pause the shack. Little moonwalk midway through. Gotta be done. Gotta be done.
Look at that run cycle. Goodness me. That is quite a threatening approach. Like, if you saw that rampaging towards you, need to change your trousers.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well,
if you saw an 8-foot tall, built like a bodybuilder werewolf charging at you across the open,
yeah,
there'd be problems.
I think what I would probably do is run away.
Yeah, but have you seen how fast he can run?
Yeah, but I don't think that'd be my immediate reaction.
Just immediate evacuation.
Yeah, that wouldn't be it. No. That's kind of weak sauce.
Horseback riding, let's go! He's on the back there. And he's stopped. He's just going to sit on the back as Lemon. He's going to steal their horse as well. Their steed. Usurped. Dismounted. Neos. Yeah, it's been seen. He's going to have to try and dip in and out, but pretty difficult to make it work. Somehow he's still alive, though, so take W, I suppose.
Carface hitting some nice shots. Zeezy's on the shack now, so might need to rethink the strategy, but Neos was on literally 1 HP. Scarface is doing a good job from in this small area over here.
The circle is getting small quite quickly now. So teams are getting pushed together. 5 teams remain. Fireflux, Na'Vi. We saw Brute Force with Neos as well. Is that Enigma Galaxy on the top of the hill? I think it might be.
Nice shots from default. Scarface will be taken down mid-werewolf fall.
Oh dear. You hate to see it.
But you do.
Scarface spotted. Hovercraft, horse combo here. Horse leaves you quite exposed, but it looks like, I mean, the hovercraft seems to give you quite a lot of cover. The windows are pretty small. Will soak up a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it's one of those vehicles you can't shoot out of, but similarly, people just can't shoot in.
Yeah.
It's very defensive. Big rotates. Big rotates by Paul.
It's going werewolf mode. Lemon, though, not so lucky. Does not have that Lycan hardiness. Will go down out in the open. Ketch finds the shot. Into cover. Na'Vi have rotated now to the northwest side, but the blue zone is going to push them in. 40 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we've still got quite a while in this game because teams are pretty unwilling to fight one another. The compound's available. Fireflux can just play this one out. Keep it respectably chilled.
.77 finding Enigma Galaxy, trying to get down the hill on their horse hovercraft combo. It looks like that hovercraft does get pinched by Magnum. Redox wants to try and take it back, but Magnum's pushing up on his own. Will not have any backup though. He's going quite slowly towards Redox, but what can you do? Now he's just trying to take the damage on the vehicle. Magnum hopping in, hopping out, hopping around, trying to dance around the bullets, but it's not going to work. goes down. I believe he had a personal AED, but will get flushed away. 4 teams remain.
And only 8 players. Somehow. Ooh, default. It wasn't quite on the X-ray in werewolf form, so it looked a little bit funny.
He had a big tail, though, so that's what gives it away. Nice nade. 3 teams. 14 eliminations for Na'Vi.
I do like how the vehicle starts up.
It's on fire. That's a bad time.
Yes, it's got them pretty far.
Al-Haji. Faster stand. For power, he's been going such a long time. Now it takes Redox down. I don't think Redox gets back up here. I don't think there's backup coming either.
No backup available. Al-Haji steals himself away. Another point.
Now I wonder how much these werewolf forms are going to come into play in this late game. With their ability to rotate nice and fast. The horses as well. But not having to stay near your vehicle line to protect it.
You're the horses in the back, John. The horses in the back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
And Enigma Galaxy, Ralph. With Narvalo. It's Na'Vi, who truly have been the werewolf warriors, sinking their fangs deep into this game. At 29 minutes. There's been a slobber knocker of a match.
A lot of points in this game mode are earned super early on from those eliminations. When you get those respawns coming in, people are much more willing to go down, and you can earn so many points. I mean, you can see Na'Vi on 13. We saw Fireflux so much earlier on 13 eliminations.
Yeah.
Just off those hot drops. So, in general, getting to the late game, much less important than having a good start to your game.
Now Valo. Underneath. Moving forward a little bit. Out towards the squads on the side. Drops a little bit of a bandy.
Yeah, the circle is absolutely on top. Onto Na'Vi. Flip.
Climb the wall, Flip.
Oh, he can do it. There he goes.
There it is.
And a little flip over the top as well for Flip. Looking pretty cool. Bit superfluous, but, you know.
It worked out.
Yeah, it did. You don't get extra points for that.
Mr. Al-Haji will have to move maybe at one point. Good shots from default onto Ralph. That will be him down. Flip almost trips off the top side, but... Oh, never mind. It's just that one bug back.
Ah, yeah. They know Al-Haji's there now. Narvalo pinned behind the rock. If only Al-Haji could turn into a werewolf, he'd have a lot more options to himself. Oh, wait, he can. Did you see that?
Oh, he's going.
He's going in.
Jump out.
Oh, he's dodging. He's up to the wall. Default. Did he see it? Oh, he sees it now. Gets one. Goes to the spray. Player dropping down, and he pulls him straight out the sky. Al-Haji doing so much work here for power. Oh my goodness me. He's been solo for a long, long time, and everyone else is as a solo as well. This is huge stuff. Narvalo, the last to go for Enigma Galaxy, but he's going to break out. Flip will take care of him, and it's a 1 versus 1 for Al-Haji. He may just be able to do it, but Flip knows where he is exactly. There's a nade cooking. Hops it up. Gonna find it.
He's flying.
Launch it over towards Flip, but he's not on the rooftop anymore. He ducks wide, and he's spotted. Al-Haji's there for the chicken dinner. A 1v, I don't know how many, but that is how you win the Crimson Battle.
He was just baiting us all when he was shooting the shield of Dracula. Everyone thought he didn't know what he was doing. Actually, it's just because he'd never been towards Dracula. He's a werewolf warrior through and through.
Absolutely. What a way for him to be able to win that Blood Moon mode. That was really quite, actually, genuinely quite impressive coming on through. Why are we going down here? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just came on camera. I was like, really lean back. Very cool.
Oh,
So
definitely.
awesome
Let's take
stuff.
a look at our overall rankings after the first 2 of our show matches. We've got another one for you tomorrow. Na'Vi currently sat at the top with 40 points. You can see just how heavily skewed these tables are towards the eliminations. That comes from those early hot drops. So 34 elimination points coming through alone for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it was incredible. It's really good from Na'Vi, actually. I was very happy for them. They were able to do so much in that other game. But yeah, Al-Haji actually an awesome guy overall. So anyway, guys, we'll see you after this, but more gameplay.
We'll see. More PUBG Mobile. Bye.
But there's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. How'd you like me like that? I hit the town and I ain't looking back. So hey, how'd you like me like that? We cruising around, got the pedal down flat. I've been feeling oh so long, but let's you stand back and just don't bother this. There's some things that I just rather miss now. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I got a feeling that you would come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. I got a feeling that you would come creeping, so what am I to do? You keep on leaning the walls and the ceiling keep crashing down on you. Checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Day 2 will commence shortly. We are going to have our first match kicking off very soon. It will be Erangel, and we are back in. We've gotten rid of Dracula for now. We've put him back to bed in his coffin for the time being, but he will reappear tomorrow, looking as spooky as ever. But we're going to turn our focus now to the tournament at hand. Our top 5 teams here on Erangel currently playing. Heroic leading pretty far on the elimination count here with 8 so far, but that doesn't necessarily translate the damage or the placements. As you can see, Nick Galaxy ahead on both those metrics.
Yeah, I mean, for Nick Galaxy, currently average of 6 eliminations. I think it is kind of crazy for Heroic getting 8 eliminations average per match of Erangel, but Nick Galaxy certainly have been the standout team, so I'm interested to see what they can get done today. Is this something they can continue with? But I see a cheeky smile from Navala. Maybe.
Well,
it's all looking up.
Speaking of things you should see, make sure that you are checking out the screens for the Infinite GT Pro, the GT20 Pro pop-ups to guess the count over all 3 days, and make sure that you head over to Esports pubgm EU and comment your guess at the end of the 3 days. The first person to do so, they're going to claim themselves a free phone. That's right, you could be a winner of an Infinix GT20 Pro yourself, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled. That one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. It's not that one. It's the banner that sits at the left side of the screen. When you spot it, make sure you're adding it up, because there were some yesterday, there's going to be more today, and more tomorrow as well. It's the total count that we're looking for across all 3 days.
That's what we want. We want nothing less than the total count over all 3 days. But right now, we will be heading on into Erangel. Can you spot out all of our Infinix GT20 Pros that will be popping up on the side of your screen over towards our left side, or will you miss one? In which case, no Infinix GT20 Pro for you. But I think there was 4 yesterday, so I'm helping you out.
You can't just tell people that. That might be wrong, to be fair. You could have missed one too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Flame Path South here, Blank, and again, it seems like we just keep getting magnetized to the South Edge Flame Path, but the good news is our teams will be very used to this. Hopefully, it's going to be a kinder circle than we saw yesterday, going hard down southwest on this island, and we'll see what is in store for us in the next few seconds.
Yeah, nasty Southern Flame Path, actually, and I think that, you know, this is something we've seen quite frequently. Down towards the south side, it causes a massive amount of problems for a lot of our teams, John. So we'll see what they were able to do here. Yes, they might have been a nice primer for how they want to play this one out, but a nice northern circle does mean that all these teams can start to migrate up towards the north. But look at them, so littered over towards the southern coast.
Still managing to find themselves each separate from one another. I think the closest drop here is Heroic and Falcons over on that east side, Fireflux as well. But again, they are fairly separated. Maybe 77 and S2G, RCB could have some trouble. But for everyone else, they found their foothold now to move on forwards, to launch further north. Falcons, they're going to continue up to Severny on this circle, I've no doubt. Playing on that east coast, going around that Stalba location. And playing on the north side.
Power. Alhanji showing us how it's done on that last game. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good, John. I want to see more of that from Mr. Alhaji, who has been a bit of a star player for Power for a long, long time. I also equally want to see RCB not forget how to play the game between week 3 and the finals.
That would be preferable. Because, I mean,
they found a blueprint to success. And they've ripped it up.
They said, no, we're good. We're good, thank you. Back to the original plans. We'll keep that one for later.
But there is still later RCB.
I know. That's the problem.
They're like PMGC. But if you don't do this now, you won't make it to PMGC RCB.
Yes. But like, save strats.
Yeah, true. Yeah. For next year, it all makes sense. It's all starting to come together.
What an excellent thought there. What an excellent move.
Honestly, probably the most tactically genius player I've heard in quite a while.
I think so. I think when you get down to it,
oh, have you got that?
Getting a successful strat that works this season and saving it for next season when everyone else's strats change, great idea.
Yeah. What have you got there?
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought I heard you like munching on something.
I have a little treat. Nothing wrong with that.
Do you? I sense treats. I will be requiring to know what such treats there are.
I spotted a little millionaire shortbread bite.
Okay.
And I felt compelled to consume it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Well,
Chocolate caramel shortbread.
We'll let you off.
It's basically irresistible.
Yes. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all.
But I don't have any more now, so that's very sad.
Game over. You should have saved that for later, just like RCB and their strategies.
I have to go to the shop. I have to run to the shop in a break.
I don't think you'll be able to. We don't have too much time.
I live right across from a supermarket, so I definitely could make it to the supermarket by
I challenge you.
Get back. I'm not going to do it.
I challenge you.
Because I'm in my slippers.
I challenge you in your slippers.
Do you know what? It's October, but I'm wearing Santa Claus slippers. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's actually disgraceful, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Here's the thing. I wear them all year round because they're really comfortable.
Oh, that's reasonable. I don't really wear slippers very often. I'm not a slipper man.
I feel like...
I never slip.
Yeah, that's why, because you're not wearing slippers. Slippers are designed to slip, right? That's why they're called that.
No, they're designed to slip on.
Oh. Well, why have I been falling
law.
over? So why have I been falling over then? Explain that. Explain that to me.
I think that might be something to do with your balance.
You can't explain that. It's just not possible to explain that.
Or you maybe should go to the doctors and have them have a look in your ears. Oh, your problem up there.
They should be telling me I should lace up my shoes. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a flat tire, then absolutely you should be sorting that out.
So, that's just what they want you to think.
I don't know.
You're just the system, man, trying to oppress me.
Well, you're welcome to it. Just saying you might fall over.
Yeah, well, gotta break an omelette to make a few eggs.
I was coming home from London yesterday and one of my shoes came undone.
Uh-oh.
So I did it up and I walked maybe 4 paces and the other shoe came undone. It was very frustrating.
To me, not all the time, but like fairly frequently. When I'm wearing boots, I think it happens more. But it's like you do your laces up and then you go out and then it's like, actually, you didn't do your laces up. It's really inconvenient.
Yeah. I think it's just that there was the one after the other job that upset me the most.
Yeah, like do it both at the same time. Then you can fix it all.
Could you just both be problem in the same moment? That'd be good.
Right? Because then if you're walking on a pavement or a street or something where there's people around you, you got to pull over twice, you know? And you got to re-enter traffic twice. It's infuriating. Yeah. It's infuriating.
What I like to do is I just like to just go straight into a crouch, like in front of everyone.
Make sure that you're right in front of a group.
Yeah, but I drop into the crouch so smoothly, then they've got to go around me. And if anyone hit me, I just get really angry.
I think that's a very reasonable reaction to causing issues.
Yeah. It's fun, though.
Yeah, that is true. That's how you make friends.
More enemies.
What is an enemy if it's not a friend you just haven't gotten to know?
Well, yeah. If you're an enemy, you must have similar qualities to be an enemy.
If the enemy of your enemy is your friend, does that mean you're always your own friend?
I like to think so.
Yeah. I'm friends with myself. I hang out with me all the time.
I have to hang out with me all the time. It sucks. Very rubbish, actually.
Whoa. I'm sure there's some positives. Ooh, big northeast shift. That is pretty dramatic. Keeps the Yaz Lake in. Keeps Yasnaya itself in as well. Keeps the Stalba foothills running through this circle. It's pretty dastardly. We've got Yaz Fields as well. So some very, very difficult terrain now to navigate and a big shift on the back of it.
Yeah, massive shift on the back of it. I mean, of all the way towards that northeast side, towards the lake itself, it's pretty difficult. Yaz Pizza over towards the northwest, fairly unplayable. So teams will have to start pushing through towards positions they know they can play. Falcons heading over towards West Alba compound. Really good spot. Very nice position. Usually there's vehicles around there too that you can pilfer.
Some fighting going on around the gas stations, around the bridges to the west of Yaz right now. Teams trying to make it through. I think that was 77 who lost a player. Yeah, they did indeed. Trying to get towards the Yaz Lake cliff sides, but it's not going to work out. They weren't quite fast enough. Trover 2030. Whoa, what's that on the left-hand side of your screen? Black, quick! Add it to the tally.
It's like 5 or 6. 6 or 5.
Could be 4 or 7.
I think it's 5 or 6.
Maybe. Could very well be. But still, there's more to go. Or is there? Actually, I don't know. Technically, it could just stop now, right? If it's a random number. There's probably more, though. You'd expect there to be more tomorrow.
Yeah, but we might just not show them. That's why you got to pay attention. Let's stay tuned to the show for a chance at that one phone.
That's right. First person to get it. You got to be quick on the fingers.
First person to get it, they get it.
You know the person who gets it? They're so gonna have it.
They're
They
the people that's gonna
own it.
own that phone.
Phone ownership completed it.
Scarface finding a shot over towards Heroic. This is very central, by the way. At least it looks central, but we do know that there's a big mass of water towards the middle of this circle. This is the true donut circle.
Yeah.
Especially with like the weird bump on the side of the donut where it's risen more in areas where it shouldn't, and that's Stalber in this instance.
Okay. So yeah, so, I mean it happens when you make. Have you ever made sourdough donuts?
That sounds horrid, and also like a bagel.
Hey, sourdough bagels are pretty good actually.
Is that what you meant to say, a bagel?
I feel like I meant to say donut. But at the same time, I've just thought about it and I'm like, I don't know if sourdough donuts are a thing.
I think that's a bagel.
Yeah,
what
maybe.
you've made there is a bread with a bit of hole in it. That's a bagel.
Where's the rest of my bread? Why is there a hole in it? Give it back.
Well,
give me back my bread.
It depends if
give
you
it back.
Intending
You've
on
stolen my bread. And they've definitely got a wonky bagel here on the northwest shift.
A sourdough bagel, sourdough donut.
Are you googling?
You've gone wrong.
I might have done. That northwest side shift though puts our teams over towards the northern shore. That's actually pretty kind, all things considered. It makes the team certain of the decision that they need to make rather than hanging around the water thinking whether or not they should rent a jet ski for the summer. It's getting cold now though.
There's a whole thing about sourdough donuts. It's actually a thing, but I'm convinced all these people are duping themselves. It's just a bagel.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because I feel like I've made them before. Didn't go well.
It's just a bagel. It's a bagel covered in sugar and icing.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it does sound really nice. I would eat it.
There you go.
But I think that they need to
work on their branding.
Work on the branding.
IWNRX down early. First team to go down, actually. 0 points. They tried to get to the North Shore. So did Zeus here. They've taken one knock and a flush. Oh, it's really, really difficult on this northern side. With Falcons so controlling here. Teams moving through. We're going to have a real rough time. I'm looking at the northeast side, just above Falcons as well. Team Spirit trying to hold up closer to the top of Stalber. Brute Force, they try to move through behind them, and it looks like they're going to divert further to the north and maybe come into contact with Na'Vi on this northwest side.
Team Spirit looked a little bit better yesterday, I would say, towards the end of the day. It was certainly towards the beginning of the day, it wasn't looking great at all, but I think that they were a little more cohesive. Certainly not as potent as we've seen them in the past, but A lot of that strategy, a lot of those movements that they made in week 2 were there on display, which is nice, which is really what you want to see. Because I think if they can make those same plays in terms of rotates, they'll have a decent finals as far as I'm concerned.
This southwest side for Virtus Pro, a team that hasn't really done too much as of yesterday, is looking pretty dangerous right now. They are corralled in by the river on their south, RCB ahead of them, Power as well to the north, Twisted Minds in the compound over towards the bridge, Enigma Galaxy even further north than that. It's a real crunch on this southwest side. It's going to be very, very difficult for Virtus Pro to move through without just going for a full crash fight.
I mean, Virtus Pro need to fight off against RCB, right? It's their real only option.
Wow.
I mean, you could hard rotate out towards Trover, then back up through Yasnaya, but no one wants to do that. So Virtus Pro, there's only 2 options. It's either head north, swing through Power, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, or fight RCB. I know which option I would take, but that doesn't make any of these options any easier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really difficult rotate given this circle as well. Falcons sit in the strongest position in this compound. On the northeast side, they get a lot of control looking over it. The difficulty comes if a team tries to crash them from uphill. Can they withstand that? And if they can, then they are in for a massive game here. Potential to do so much damage, rack up so many points from their position.
Team Spirit finding looks, actually. Some good shots from them. You know, clearing out their south side is actually very important for them. They are playing up towards the high ground on the rocks. And Stalber, RCB. Maybe Virtus Pro didn't have to fight them after all, as they send directly over towards the power pylon. Will be taken out for their troubles. Good shot from Al Haji. He's kind of curious why he would even still be there.
Just trying to get those flushes on board. RCB trying to catapult towards the water. And seemingly making it with remnants of their team. Staying alive with 2. Trovo 2030. This is really tough stuff. Virtus Pro are there as well. As Trovo 2030, they're getting pulled down before they can hop out these vehicles. It's going to be real tough going for them. Yusuf has to put this first aid. 3 players alive, but Virtus Pro going to fully disengage. They've already taken their toll onto Trovo 2030.
Yeah, Trovo 2030 backed out. And they're in a pretty difficult position over in the blue on the south side. Their options are very, very limited. And Virtus Pro did go for that northern rotate, like we said before, but that is through Power. And they lose 1 player in the process because of it. So Icy, left out in the blue, will be knocked and flushed. A hell of a spring for Virtus Pro. Yeah, it doesn't go well.
Yeah, Koa now down, out in the open, will get sprayed down. That point picked up by Na'Vi, Malloy as well. And now I think it's just Bishke alive for them. Brute Force are taking shots down towards Na'Vi, the northwest side, not done and dusted. Brute Force on a wide 2-2 split blank right now. It's actually more of a 2-1-1, as Prepod and Fura are playing quite split from one another. But they are doing a lot of ground coverage. They are playing this northern side almost entirely to themselves.
Enigma Galaxy. Narvalo. Holding on. Lead over towards Scarface. Hello. Kevin extremely low.
A nasty little open.
Will be finished. Yeah.
They've got a lot more nades to pour on in towards Fireflux as well. Bombardment continues, but staying alive for the time being. Both of these teams are in this circle, but around the corner, S2G are trying to make their path.
S2G flying around the side. Honestly, this is a very awesome push from S2G. It was a bit of a Hail Mary. I big time respected that they tried to make it happen though, but yeah, I think this likely will end in disaster.
I mean, what do you do at this point if you're not Falcons? You fight for the scraps, really. Team Spirit, they've got some excellent angles with this south hold on the ridgeline that they've got over the teams here, but they will have to regroup to the west. And they want to slow all of these teams down as well, because they know as soon as they step in towards that fight with Falcons, which likely they're going to need to take here, it is just going to be those teams taking those shots straight back returning back to sender the damage that they put down south now, unless they can take them down.
It's funny as well because I think we've seen so many circles head over this way towards the eastern side and just to the west of Stalber, and so many squads try and confirm on West Stalber compound, which Falcons currently have, but it always shifts away over towards the foothills onto that staging slope on Stalber, and that team always has to leave from that compound. I think it's the first time in a while that teams made that decision, picked it up early, and the circle's been like, yes, we will have a compound finish.
Ooh, interesting from Team Spirit. They're moving down now to try and fight along the back of this engagement. They know they will be the full backstop on it, but they do have to make a lot of progress. Leaving Matic up on high to keep Heroic pushed down towards the cliffside. Fireflux as well. You can see those shots still coming through. Leaves Heroic in a pretty difficult divot, and that allows Team Spirit to play on the open ground to their north side as well.
It's a lot of damage. Walsh is lucky to still be up here. Considering bobbled a little bit further down, and again, it was just simply a case that the nade was not cooked long enough. That one goes too far. Oh my days, this is so depressing for Team Spirit.
Oh no! And taking a knock in response, not even finding Volt. Nomi is knocked here. That is disastrous. Heroic was so close to the edge.
Nice.
And finally, the nade from Kitsune puts them down to sleep. And Heroic will be eliminated by a single nade. A lovely little burst there, but it was long overdue. And now Fireflux next up on the menu. A flex back out for Matic. They want to maintain some strength here on the east side.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, it's a very, very good play. And the reason is because they know they've controlled over towards those northern rocks for a long, long time. So Team Spirit sees the team get taken out on the crops and will just be like, look, we can push down very comfortably because there's going to be no team watching us from the north side because we were that team, and they can have Matic stay up there for a little while to get those shots off. Spark makes an interesting rotate out that way to check it. Probably will send back over towards the rest of his team, but Team Spirit already had Matic rotating down, which was another smart move, which we don't see from Matic too often, which was an immediate response. And I think that this is what Team Spirit is doing a lot more recently, is that rather than a case of trust, there's a lot of trust but verify going on. So Matic sees that his team's not doing so hot. Instead of waiting for two of them to get knocked, he sends down immediately, and that is the smart decision to go for. And he ends up Kitsune winning out the fight, but it was nice that Matic was there just in case.
Now this is interesting. The Fireflux cliffside position is now in the zone, which means that it is the second strongest position in this next circle. Brute Force have been working this west side for a long time. They were over towards the Stalber foothills for a little bit. They sent 3 out to the west to try and sweep on through. You can see next up for them as Enigma Galaxy. They left Neos back up to the north side, but they're going to have to leave all of these positions behind. And there's the light up from Furia. We'll be able to find that knock. Another one sent over towards Enigma Galaxy as Snowix is going to fall. Darkin trying to pull some of those points away, but Brute Force looking on form here.
Yeah, very much so. Nice one from Brute Force. Nomi heading over towards Fireflux. Good couple of shots there. Will take down the remainder of them. Team Spirits definitely slicing their way through. Zeus off in the distance. Haven't had to worry about another team in quite some time. Nomi will back off as soon as those shots come over towards them, but they keep getting refreshes. If I look over towards Zeus right now, a lot of nades. These guys are very much prepared for a close range engagement.
They've got 10 eliminations already chalked up on the board here, Blank. So Zeus doing a lot of work on this, on the shorelines of the Yaz Lake. Been there for a while. A re-rotate up to the north for Brute Force. They want that high ground. They can catch Spark on the descent. That would be huge, but the tumble from Prepod, they're going to need to right themselves first. It looks like they're gearing up for a crash towards Falcons.
Ragnar taking shots. That's his Team Spirit. 300 bullets in the magazine on the M4 for Matic, so he can certainly go for some big sprays.
Lands the shot on the Prepod. And immediately you can see the bullets just lacing over, creating an impenetrable weave for the Brute Force players. A lovely spray down from Neos. Tapping those headshots and another. Neos going unpunished on these peaks is absolutely incredible. as Team Spirit immediately lose 2. They need to go for these reses. Neos now can move forwards for pre-pod, but he's going to go further than that. He wants Kitsune. He's up for the challenge, going and hopping out. Kitsune thought he was safe behind the vehicle, but it's not to be. Will find Neos, though, hopping around the smoke. Knows there's more danger, but it's going to be Furia to be able to find the shot he was looking for. Nomi looking to stand up. One res came through already, but the spray down from Nomi to try and keep Kitsune safe. Zeus a thorn in their side all the while as Kitsune starts to try and crawl back.
I mean, there's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. He's done his job, though, to break brute force as they came through. Yeah, Team Spirit not quite able to hit these shots. They're now stuck between brute force as well as Zeus.
Brute force. Furia getting the res onto Neos. Falcons still just sitting pretty in their compound, and it goes up north again for the circle. They are having a real great time right now.
It's so from effect, though. You know, he's holding on. Fury in a bad spot. If they can get rid of him, oh, it's so unfortunate. Every single time, it is so close. For them. Matic, though, will finish off the job. Effect probably screaming in his ears, saying he's slow, he's low, he's low. So a guaranteed 3rd place now for Team Spirit. 9 eliminations. Great way to start their day.
A really great comeback into this one. Zeus as well with 12 eliminations, Blank. They have certainly not been discouraged from going for these sorts of games from yesterday. Team Falcons with just 1 elimination right now. They've been staying out of it. But it's quite likely that they still win this one.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious how much utility, etc. they have. Zeus down towards that southwest side. Again, for Zeus, I think they are in a position with the vehicles that they've got that they could swing. They could potentially swing around to the backside of Falcon's building.
I mean,
see what they're up for, though.
I feel like this has to be a crash from both Zeus and Team Spirit at the same time for Falcons not to just have an easy light up on this circle. Both teams daring the other one to go first, though.
I mean, that's the way it's got to be. There is diverted attention both towards that eastern side. And like I said before, there's Zeus coming in from the western edge. Good shots from Ali, though.
Needs to bloom that smoke. Zeus now drawing a lot of the attention, and now Team Spirit can move in. Ali has a tall task to do. There's already 1 knock over towards Team Spirit. Effect has gone down. A nade forwards, and Spark is there for the backup. Zeus may be allowed into the compound, but Team Spirit denied entry. Another knock sent over their way. And Team Spirit are on their last legs now that Zeus have angles on them as well. They are into play on the outskirts here. And it seems like Team Spirit bore the brunt of this.
Good nade over towards Ali, but not quite good enough. They're outside the zone. Good shot from Nomi. A very, very necessary shot as well. And Zeus will find Ali off the back of it, but now has absolute idea of where Team Spirit are.
Wow. 2 different teams, 3 players strong. Looking at the one rock that's standing between you. An elimination here for Team Spirit. But even if they only get into 3rd, getting those 9 eliminations means the game far from an L. Can take those points, be happy with them. Continually rezzing. Behind this rock, the zone will move, and they will be going down here.
Yeah, it's the best they can do. And I think that realistically what they were waiting for was for one of the 2 teams to come first. Matic will drop the nade, deny both the points. Now Zeus versus Falcons. And this is a big test for Falcons.
Zeus have got 14 eliminations already. Could get 17 on this match if it goes well. Nade starting to pour through from Falcons. Not really connecting with too much here. But it seems like they've got plenty to spare. fact, getting, I think, 0 damage so far. They're looking for a little bit more. Zeus are being pushed out towards the edge. Finally, one connects towards Eren through the window there. Putting another one in, but it's between the buildings. Not really doing as much as they'd hoped. And the healing can come through.
Slow game. Stage 9 now. Waiting for the rest. Make it through. The big thing for Falcons is they've been able to set up a lot more over a bigger area, a wider space. They've been towards this compound for such a long time, whereas Zeus is somewhat locked in.
And Zeus have to make a choice now. Their position is getting closed up on. Ragnar there on that high ground will be able to just stand up for it. Pushing forwards now, they need to find an opening. Spark up for the fight. Darkin around the corner, just has to hop the wall. But the fire's ticking down, not going to go all the way. Looking for the heal before he hops. Needs to try and commit to it. And over they go. They need to get over this wall. Ragnar drops down as well. And Eren gets spotted on the off angle. Spray down onto Rita. Not going to connect here as Darkin drops the last player to go. But they are ready for it. And the Falcons able to close it down. They kept themselves out of it for so long. But nobody in the end could move in.
Yeah, they had so much utility left remaining, and it was really going to be hard for Zeus to get too much done because they couldn't completely take over the compound. But on the flip side of things, I think it was Falcons with 5 elims at the end of that, or 4. Whereas you look over towards Zeus, 14, 15 elims found that game. Much, much more successful match, and a tougher one at that.
Definitely a hard-fought game for a lot of our teams here. Playing around that north side of the Yaz Lake is always difficult. A lot of tier-based gameplay. I mean, you saw the high ground here on this engagement from Team Spirit. So oppressive down towards the cliff sides. And once they descended, they were able to try and sweep through here. I think played very well for Team Spirit, but just stuck against a circle that would not cooperate.
Yeah, it was tough stuff. Very tough stuff. I mean, for most teams, that is just a struggle towards the end, and you're just trying to extract as many points out of it as possible. I will say that I think Team Spirit's rotate up towards the rocky outcrops, then back down again, was one of the smartest plays within the lobby so far, understanding what has been cleared and then what they can take because certain areas around the map have been cleared. That was the big thing for me. 2,143 damage. Did not expect that considering the 3 elims.
Yeah, it seems like they've been taking a lot of shots around to keep people at distance. And I mean, rightly so, I guess, right? But in the end, they only were able to get those 3 elimination points, which is kind of rough. Although they had 1 elimination, and there were 3 players from Zeus, so I'm not entirely sure how that's happened there. Either way, that's all they get. And it's Zeus to come out on top with 20 points, and Team Spirit even ahead, despite finishing 3rd place, with the 9 elims that they're able to achieve, adding up to 14 total points.
Yeah, again, I think Team Spirit should be very proud of themselves in that game because, like I said, the rotations have looked okay yesterday towards the end of the day, and much better than what they have been in the past. But it wasn't really the firepower was there with them. But again, it really does feel like this team is working very well together. You know, every single teammate seems to play off one another very well. So for Team Spirit, this is a promising start. It's a promising start. And for Zeus, I couldn't be happier. Them at the top, 14 eliminations, slowly becoming one of my favorite teams here, the PMSL EMEA.
And look at this, our top 1, 2, 3, all on 0 or 1 point here, with Twisted Minds 77, IWNRX all scoring very, very low. So it'll be interesting to see how this affects the tables. With Virtus Pro also continuing their streak. They haven't, again, managed to find anything. Although this match, I feel like maybe a little bit of an outlier for them. Coming in from Primorsk on that southwest side, it was just so chock-a-block. You don't really expect them to be able to do too much, but it's got to be worrying that it's once again another game where they haven't performed.
Yeah, it's a worrisome prospect for themselves. Okay, I just can't go over the 3 elims and the 2,000 damage. Looks so silly. Brute Force, another team that did fairly well in that match and looked better from yesterday too. Towards the end of the day, at least 8 elims for 800 damage. I think that was one of the circles that really tests you more than any others because it requires you to make very quick decisions and very tough decisions as well. Because for John, not for you in particular, John, but for Virtus Pro in particular, like their rotate super tough, super tough to make work.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's something that you guys can make work at home because, of course, we have an exciting milestone activity for all our viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix, as you can see. A whole host of goodies up for grabs. Keep watching the stream closely because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances to win, and each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier of prizes. Heading over to Esports PubgM EU, you can comment hashtag outplay the rest. That is hashtag outplay the rest. And you can be in with a chance of being one of the lucky ones to walk away with the prizes. So keep watching the stream to unlock all the great rewards powered by Infinix. Plenty of goodies up for grabs. We're going to be heading to a short break. When we come back, it will be match number 2.
Bagel Pap Donuts.
Ruxa, ruxa, pega da direita.
Bora, bora, bora.
Pega, pega da direita. Sempre dando desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso, chega, eu tentando This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
One match down, 5 more to go. We're going to be hopping over to Miramar in just a moment. We are, of course, John Allen and Blank, and we are back once again for the PMSL EMEA Finals, Day 2. We're kicking off with Match 2 really quite shortly. Things are really starting to heat up on these tables. Zeus are making a break for freedom against all of the teams that sit around them, all of the teams trying to keep them down. They're saying, no, we're not having any of that. Straight to the top of Olympus we go. Zeus is on a rise.
They are, yeah. They're breaking out. They're soaring. They're flying.
There's not a star in heaven that they can reach. They can't reach.
I'm not going to do that one. Let's just stop right there. Average elims, though, 8.5. Damn, Twisted Mind's going crazy on Miramar so far. 1,482. I mean, that is over 2 maps, but still, even so, it's a wild result.
Absolutely. The 25-minute survival time for Zeus is also a pretty wild result, right? Especially with Twisted Minds down on 17. It's, again, that dichotomy, survival versus eliminations. And obviously, as you say, a small enough sample size where it can get a little bit freaky on those top performers. But nonetheless, a good result. And a great result for you guys would be if you purchased a ticket towards a PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. Tickets are now on sale for London at the end of the year. Make sure that you scan the QR code down below for a limited 40% early bird discount. That's right, 40% off your ticket if you scan that QR code and buy through that link. So make sure you're checking that out if you want to see maybe some of our teams facing off against the best of the rest of the world.
At PMGC, which is going to be very, very fun to watch and participate in. I'll be playing, obviously, under the banner of Team Spirit.
Me and Blank are forming a super team with Jason and Max, and we're going to feed points to everybody who even looks at us.
No, I'll be taking this.
Except for Blank. He'll be dominating everybody in every region.
That's right. Yeah, I'm kind of cool. Kind of big deal.
Me, Jason, and Max, we're just gonna follow along. We're gonna be cheerleaders for Blank, essentially, is what I'm saying.
That's good. It's very good. Yeah, get your chair in. Stop that chair in now.
Stop mucking about. You got games to play. You got money to earn. For Power as well, it's a chance to qualify and prove themselves worthy yet again of getting towards those finals. They played in PMWC fairly successfully, I think, for Power. IWNRX looking pretty chilled out right now, despite not finishing super hot last match. Twisted Minds as well, towards the top of those tables. And if you want to get towards the top of the tables, you need the best kit. And in order to do that, you have a chance to win a free Infinix GT20 Pro. You've got to spot the Infinix GT20 Pro banners on your screens and guess how many there were over the course of all 3 days. That's right, all 3 days you need to be counting. And head on over to Esports pubgm EU on Instagram to comment your guess. The first person to do so will be a winner. The first person to get it right wins their very own Infinix GT20 Pro. So stay sharp, keep watching. You might just walk away with the ultimate gaming phone, just like Redox has been using here. Ooh.
We do have a slight delay here. Sorry, guys. Whilst we'll get it sorted out, we have an audio issue on stage. That's why players don't all have their headsets and earphones in. But we'll be getting that fixed ASAP. Rooney.
Oh, I don't like the look of this. It is a bit worrisome.
And people zooming about.
They've done this so many times. You'd think they'd be good at this by now. God, these players always causing trouble.
Oh my god. You're attacking EFG there for a sec.
Oh, no.
I was like, whoa, bro.
No. This is 100% the player's fault. It's a skill issue.
Oh, okay. Just have audio, lol, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overalls.
That'd be nice. Currently, I mean, at the start of the day, it was Enigma Galaxy to be sat in second. They have now jumped up into first place, but Brute Force have reached that top pack. Team Spirit just behind, and Zeus, Navi, 77, all of them very, very close still on this front page because of the fact that Twisted Minds, IWNRX, and Enigma Galaxy didn't have a great game that last match. This has really closed the top page rankings.
It has, and again, even closer than it was one map ago. 79 points at the top, down to 67 in 8th place. I just mean it was like it's interesting because it wasn't this close one map ago, and from one game it has sent us this situation where it's a 10-point differential between 8th and 1st place.
I think 77 were right up there before, so it's very, very interesting to have such a tightly packed leaderboard. Taking a look at Zeus, and remember, they were the team who kind of dominated the lobby in that last match, even if they didn't get that chicken dinner. This is their stats from the last match. This is why they have managed to push up into 6th place, into the conversation, being 68 points to the 79 in first place, 11 points behind. A really achievable jump for them if they're able to put up another performance like that as we head into Miramar. Just a reminder, that Infinix GT20 Pro, that doesn't count towards the count that you need to guess over on Instagram. That's just a little opening banner to give you a little teaser for the rest of them.
No, I mean, I feel bad almost in a way because there is a lot of red herrings going on.
Yeah, well, that's part of the skill.
I feel like only I'm going to win it because I'm the only one who.
You've already commented, haven't you?
The rules, yeah, I have.
I know your game.
I commented 13.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
Little guess.
Little guess. Little blank. I mean, it's fair enough that you want to get involved because the Infinix GT20 Pro, 144 Hz AMOLED screen.
Yeah.
Up to 120 FPS, stunning visuals. I mean, who wouldn't want it?
To be honest, I just want to win the game, and then if I win, I will not be taking the phone.
Oh, okay. Who would you give it to?
Go to someone else. They can go to someone else. They can go to the runner-up.
No, you got to choose. You've got to choose who gets it.
Do I?
Yeah. Who's getting it?
I don't know. Probably the runner-up.
You could have said me, dude. Come on. That's actually very
So,
upsetting.
but I chose the
You
runner-up.
said Jason?
Just become the runner-up. Sounds a skill issue to me.
Oh. I mean, it's true, but you didn't have to say it.
Well, I'm sorry.
Moving boot.
Sometimes I speak without thought. I mistake it for speaking the truth.
You want the truth. You can't handle the truth. I couldn't. You're right. I can't handle the truth.
Nah, dude,
I need
sorry.
fibs and lies in order to pad my ego. Whoa, what a jump there. The bridge was there. Don't worry.
Dude, why did I was like, I've never seen this part of the map
Yeah.
before. I don't think this exists. It's like a jump into a tunnel. What? And then there's a bridge.
Yeah.
I was like, is this new?
Secret bridge.
That was cool. Felt like Zeus just went into Diagon Alley.
Dude, that would be sick. Can you imagine? Just like a secret part of the map. You got to be a wizard to get there.
Instead, they're just in Via Del Mar. Nothing crazy about it.
Not quite as magical, is it?
No, not really.
You know where Diagon Alley is?
It's to the
It's in
left
London,
of-
just like the PMGC finals, where you guys can get tickets by scanning the QR codes that have popped up during the show time and time again for 40% discount. So if you want to head over to London, see if you can find Diagon Alley. I've been looking for years. I've not found it yet. Then make sure you grab one of those tickets.
For Diagon Alley?
No, for PMGC. Sorry. Yeah, no, I should have clarified. That's on me. You can't buy tickets for Diagon Alley.
40% off, though.
That'd be good.
40% off the GPS routing. That is.
Oh. Okay.
I deal in locations.
Do you?
Occasionally.
What locations have you got to trade?
Well, I have the secret alligator park in the Milton Keynes.
Okay.
And I also have the chocolate factory of your dreams. That's in Leeds.
Is it?
Yeah, I can't tell you the exact location though. I deal in locations.
That's true. You can't be giving away the entire
What
product.
wares
can
do you have to trade?
I can direct you to Dino Park in Vikendi.
Yeah, I don't need more locations. I deal in locations.
But I feel like there's going to be a supply chain issue if you don't need any new ones.
I don't. Do you know what I do need?
What do you need?
Money.
Payment.
That's why it's a deal.
I shall trade you one. Be the one badge, a PUBG Mobile brand.
That's good. That'll do. I sell that.
There you go.
I sell that one.
There you go.
Can't be selling Dino Park location. I already know.
I
that.
know. I miss Dino Park. I want to go back.
I've been there a couple of times recently. It's been fun.
Just on a jolly holiday.
No, I was playing PUBG.
Yeah, a bit of on a holiday.
I have not been on a holiday in a while.
Have you not?
I know we did. It's esports. Esports for you.
You could go. You could have a holiday.
It's sometimes dangerous to go on a holiday though because you don't know if you're going to be free or not.
Yeah, that's true. Scheduling issues, gotta love them. Falcons, Fireflux seemingly did not quite organize their timeshare on this compound effectively, and they're both trying to move in at the same time. Crashing luggage. All the taxis arriving, and they're all hopping out, trying to get the beds first, but neither team too happy about it.
No, it's not gone well. For Fireflux or Falcons.
And who's this?
This is Fireflux.
No, there's another team. It's just rocked up. I think Power.
That's Power. Yeah. Oh, Power move in. I think Falcons have done so. Mr. Al-Haji up in front.
I mean, they can sort of re-establish it because Fireflux with their duo moved out so quickly from this fight. The Falcons actually have a pretty decent chance of holding this one. They're 3v4. They've obviously got the home ground advantage, having set up. And Team Spirit are over on that lip of the La Bendita crater, Blank, which means that Power's roll-up is going to be severely limited in terms of the angles that they can take. They're going to have to go in very linearly, which is always a lot harder than getting those flanks on, drawing attention to split sides of the compound.
Power heading on outwards. They know they've got to move further towards that north side if they can. Head on that way. Virtus Pro down towards Puerto Paraíso as per usual. Another eastern circle shift. Unfortunate, to the least. See more areas of the map, please. That's Spark for you, though. What a game.
Just sparking them out. Clocking them on the jaw. Whoa! Look at that! Look at it! It's right there! That's crazy! It's still up on the screen. You gotta add it. Oh, it's gone.
I hope you got your tally. Hope you guys got your tallies going. For chance at that wonderful phone. I meant that more sincerely than it sounded.
Oh, it's such a great phone. Oh, God, it's only like one of the best options on the market right now.
Why are you saying it like that?
I don't know.
Really
I thought that's what we were doing. I thought we were saying true facts in a weirdly despondent way.
Oh. I didn't know you hated the phone.
Wow. Well, at least now you do.
It's true.
It's true. I was a hater all along.
It's good. Well done.
It was a good little evil cackle. I've been working on that. What do you think?
John, hater of GT20.
Whoa.
That's what you said.
No, I don't think that happened.
Okay.
I think you're wrong. What do you think of my little evil cackle?
Oh, it was good.
Yeah, I've been working on that.
Accentuated what you were pointing out. Brute Force. Or towards Junkyard. Moving in from San Martin way.
Okay.
A lot of space over on that western side for them to play it. They can get a lot done from that area.
This circle is a little bit nasty because of that La Bendita crater that sits to the northeast of Los Leones. Kind of right in the middle of this circle, Blank. It's not going to be kind because it creates a very strange set of rotations around. Teams that are already on the lip may have a better time at controlling the surrounding terrain, but in the long run, it's going to be very difficult transitional positions to try and pick up. Team Spirit, they're going to try and play the southwest side of it.
And they'll do their best. I mean, they have played around this area before. RCB, though, were the ones to take a really strong position. Luckily for them, they're over towards the north side. Nowhere real close to take shots their way. Pretty wild split, though, from Team Spirit. I'll say that for sure. 2-2 going on.
Yeah.
It might be, I think it's 3-1. Maybe 2-2.
It's a 2-1-1-ish. 2-2, but like one side is a bit split. They're all quite split, actually. It's very odd. Not odd, actually. I mean, it's working right now. Teams aren't putting a huge amount of pressure. We're only into stage 2. There's still quite a lot of space in this zone. But the La Bendita crater being enclosed on all sides means that Team Spirit really only have to worry about teams from Los Leones sending towards their location. So that's what's allowing them to get a little bit more bold with their splits.
Yeah, they have a ton of scouting potential from where they are. It's very open around that area. Brute Force over towards that northwest side. I kind of expect a good Brute Force game. I think that they are definitely taking the finals into their hands so far, particularly because they didn't immediately try to go harass Na'Vi. Instead, they went straight over towards Graveyard.
Taking pot shots over towards Twisted Minds, but at this range, it's just a little bit of a cat fight. No real scratches to be found here. No one really having too much impact. You can see that La Bendita crater that sits fairly central onto this circle and will cause a lot of issues for teams rotating around in this one. And now that it's on the northern side, this becomes a little bit treacherous on the south side of that La Bendita crater, because teams are going to start to filter around and sort of break to either side of it to rotate past it. And so Team Spirit really with the overlook on the center of the circle in a really strong position. I think they have to regroup now, though.
Yeah, again, for Team Spirit, it's getting a little bit more dangerous. When you get this kind of circle, it's over towards your way. It's time to start regrouping and coalescing your forces a bit more. Zeus, though, rolling up towards Heroic.
Whoa. Very fast burn down onto Wall. She's up the top there. Going to take him very, very low. Immediately dispatched. Heroic playing with 3 players alive. After losing Wolf very quickly to Zeus, the roll-up was strong. Brute Force could potentially third party onto this unless they're going straight for Team Spirit's location. But Maniac leading the charge for Zeus. Heroic taking a very passive approach to this one. They do not want to get involved too heavily. They're waiting for a pick back over towards one of these Zeus players before they can get stuck in.
Yeah, Zeus back behind the wall. Out to the side. Maniac having a bit of a rotate through. Honestly, with Walsh down, it is a big deal considering he's one of the big players. It's a lovely nade. Pops perfectly over towards the top, and Heroic knows the timing on it. It needs to go again for. Somehow mucks it up.
Long.
Or
Yeah,
maybe he was actually going for him over this way.
The first one burst in the air right over the gap. It was perfectly placed. The second one, not so lucky. Very difficult to get that
I don't know if he was
bobble.
trying to get the guy in the back, though. That's what I'm thinking.
He may have been. Maybe. I think he was just going for just beyond the wall, but clocked one short. But this opener allows Heroic to start going for this fight. That's what I was talking about. They were waiting for this pick to get stuck in, but there's an immediate response over towards Jafar. A nade in. Kevin down. Volt now last to stand, but Darkin cannot weather the storm here. Shots around the side. The DBS is in, but there's an off angle coming through. Neos able to take down Darkin. Zeus on 2, but they stay alive for the time being.
Yeah, Brute Force is actually a big opening. If I was Brute Force, I'd be pushing this right now. Give themselves a little bit more space to work with. Could even send Prepod as well as Neos over towards that direction. Get a little bit more information before regrouping towards that northwest side.
I have had confirmation from Max that he will IGL our super team in PMGC.
That's good.
Absolutely.
You'll need it.
I will. Yeah, you're right. I'm a maverick. I'm a rogue. Can't be contained.
Do whatever you like. Go wherever you please.
No, not under Max's tutelage. I'm sure it'll be safe. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Circle shrinks straight on top of Team Spirit. Seems like Max has been IGLing them as well. Getting them the shift this time around. Roll down for Trover 2030. Hit the rock a bit too fast. Bad for the health. Bump action not enough to keep Salem away, though. And Yusuf should be resable here.
Yeah, Brute Force, there was a big split. And I think that, if I'm honest, again, like I said, I probably would have pushed Zeus. It's not a bad spot to be playing in, and I think most of the other positions around the map are likely to be taken. And there's not a crazy world where the circle does head back over towards that western side.
Trovo 2030 making headway into this one, but at the cost of quite a lot now. Losing up to 2. Na'Vi, I think they may be done for here. Trying to get default back up. Flip. Yeah, they're into the blue zone. Yeah, you just hand over the meds and let Flip try and make a break for it. But with S2G here, with Trovo 2030 ahead of you as well, I don't think there's really too much you can do. Maybe get to Axe. I mean, maybe get this res. Not even going to stop here for it, though. Marcelo just getting that point confirmed. The fact that Flip has gotten through this is kind of crazy. And into the La Bendita crater.
Yeah, where he can stay unharmed for quite some time, which is likely what he's going to go for. 77. It's a nice nade over towards Narvalo. And again, for Nigma Galaxy, they're attempting to come through on this south side. They're all outside of the blue zone. Great nade on towards Narvalo will almost certainly guarantee the bleed out.
will be able to do so indeed. Zadira launching another nade forwards, finding the knock onto Ralph with the spray from Limbo Boom. It looks like an off angle is going to start to chime in. An 8 downhill. Zadira pulls out the pump action. Now Snoix turns tail. Tries to get away from this one, but a lot of damage pouring out. Splashing up the sand around him. It kicks it into the eyes. Spins out the vehicle. And down he goes. A knock sent back over towards 77. But that actually may not be resable here. Limbo Boom caught on the off angle by Power.
It's all popping off at the moment, especially down towards the south edge. For Power, they need to move further up towards the hill. But they are from safety on that horrible fielded area towards the southeast side of this map, which Virtus Pro need to get through. That are sent towards the north side, but it's directly into the hands of Twisted Minds.
S2G trying to fight their way around the lip of the Labendita crater. But it is just so difficult to move now. Brute Force, with the 4 points that they've earned so far, playing a second wide split on the north side of the circle. They did so in the last game. Different map entirely, but it seems like the playstyle is transferable here. They're up into first right now, Blank, as it stands. They may be able to maintain that spot, but everybody going to be having their sights set on it. Twisted Minds will be on the chase as well.
Coops. Nade over towards that top side. Won't find all too much. Robs looks to send one in the back towards Wash. Will find him. Now just one player, Marso. Not someone to be trifled with, though.
Ooh. Just goes low from the nade, but it's not going to matter. Neither of them get knocked here, and that is really important for Twisted Minds, that they all stay alive and up so that they can get that healing done fast and transition down south. Now Virtus Pro. Can they make headway here against the Falcons? Only one elimination so far. The Falcons, they've been on 3 players for a long time in this compound. They've been playing it for a while. The P90 in the hands of Hope. Does Virtus Pro encroach?
Yeah, dangerous move from Twisted Minds, but Marcel's just not able to hold on. Virtus Pro's rotate was not easy, by the way. Had to head down from the south side on the fielded area. So had to be through very open ground. Now looking to clear out players from the Falcons. Go further down towards their south side. I don't know how they got ahead of them.
Staying a little bit quiet here. Virtus Pro still trying to move through this compound. Very tentatively. You can see they are fully clearing this building. They're happy to stay here for a little bit longer. Twisted Minds are going to try and peek in from the north, and Virtus Pro will take shots out that way. Smoke starting to bloom. They're trying to keep Twisted Minds at bay. They do not want a third party here as they go in for the push into the longhouse. Spark catches 1, sees 2 around the doorframe. There's backup from the corridor, and it is just decimation here as the Falcons hold out Virtus Pro. Sure, you want to step to it. Malloy with the pump action finds Ali, but in he goes to the hot pot, and it will be boiled down. Ali, the only casualty as Virtus Pro meet a mincemeat maker.
Yeah, I mean, Spark has been incredible over the past game and a bit here. 2 really good clutch moments coming through from him. And it felt like Virtus Pro should have been able to do more there. It's just not meant to be. 2 good nades, 12 from Twisted Minds earlier on. Take down S2G. Swash managed to catch one right on the cheek of Coops, but it mattered not.
Ooh. This is a much more successful crash. Spark is low, but he gets the heal off. Oh, misses the first couple of DBS shots. Auto shotties in, the nades are through, and Twisted Minds do what Virtus Pro could not. Taking down Team Falcons, but in comes RCB for a potential third party, clearing out an off angle, moving in with Silas here, but they don't really have the tempo to go for this one.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, this is slightly more of a case of, can we catch them as they're coming out from these buildings, which they'll more than likely have to in stage 6. Zeus tail between legs over towards that western side. They had that compound for quite some time, but it never did move out that way. Brute Force have an idea of where they're playing down towards that location.
Twisted Minds and Brute Force going back and forth, trying to take this top spot. Playing on opposing prongs of this lobby right now, northwest and northeast. Team Spirit, the head of the bull, right in the middle. The circle goes their way again. Those hills to the south of the La Bendita crater, I mean, you've got the buildings that Team Spirit hold right now, and they oversee everything. So it's going to be difficult to make anything work here against Team Spirit. In these sorts of locations, typically, they have managed to keep themselves nice and contained, nice and controlled over the surrounding areas. It's sometimes on crashes, on roll-ups, where they've shown a bit of weakness, but they've got 4 players alive. I think it may be too tall of an order to push through this.
We'll see. We'll see. We never ever want to give a guaranteed notion over towards Team Spirit, as we know how good they are at sometimes botching the painting. Adding one colour that doesn't quite fit in with the rest. AKA going down 2v4.
Yeah.
In the final moments of a game.
Bad times. Head over the top, Fidan. For power, the forward position. RCB, they've been roaming around trying to find these surrounding picks, but not really being as successful as maybe they wanted to be. And now 77 playing on with 3 from the south side. Power as well going to cause them problems. Zeus with 2 found by Brute Force as they're flexing out now to try and clear the west side of this map. Brute Force playing a sweeping style and getting a knock over to Kitsune. That's a really big pickup.
Yeah, Prepot finishes him too. Down to 3 players. Just holding on. Power also very much in a bad spot. Fidan gets knocked. I think leaves them on 1 player now. Possibly. Zeus with 1 of their own in Rita, but 3 eliminations up to as the top 8. It's not too bad. 77 make their way in from that southeast side, just behind RCB.
They've managed to get 6 eliminations so far. 77 have done quite a lot. But 3 players behind the only 4-player team as well. Might be tricky. Zadira taking shots out to everyone on their west flank in the meantime. They're covered off. They're on a little bit of high ground towards RCB, which means that they can pause here, can stage themselves for their next move. See what they can find. Team Spirit trying to poke their noses into this southwest position as well, trying to slow Brute Force down.
Brute Force on that western edge. They have to start setting in. And again, I like the play style from Brute Force. They have this widespread to find any kind of pick-off that they might find. Just to give them an in towards the circle. Flip also still alive on that northern edge for Na'Vi.
RCB trying to spot this rotation from Magnum as he goes up to the high ground. Zadira runs straight down by Silas as he's caught there. A lean out the window, and 77 are closed down for the match. Will no longer be chasing towards those top spots for the time being. We'll have to wait for next game, but Twisted Minds versus Brute Force still rages on. Twisted Minds on the east, Brute Force out on the west, and Team Spirit slap bang in the middle, all playing on those 3 players.
Yeah, Team Spirit doing well. I mean, they've been given an insane circle here, John. If they lose this game, it will be somewhat upsetting. But I'm glad it starts off very strong over towards these 2 players on Brute Force. Team Spirit wastes no time in clearing them out.
I'm very worried about Flip on this northern side for Team Spirit. I feel like they may have just forgotten about it. And it's so possible that he just takes 2 down. And that's it. A shot over towards Freezer will see Brute Force done for. That is them out of this match. RCB and Twisted Minds going to have to lock horns on the southeast side as they dip back and forth over the ridgeline on the southeast side of this circle. Team Spirit trying to extend their presence over the west, but Flip is still there. Playing sneaky, playing slow, playing quiet.
Another one found in Rita, which drops us down to just 4 teams now in Stage 7. As Twisted Minds and RTP fight looming off in the distance for Team Spirit. Do have this compound to work with, but it is far over towards that northwest side, so not directly central.
Flip has the ridgelines. He's going to have to breach them soon, but the question is, are Team Spirit going to be looking out that direction? Are they going to be focused on thinking there's a player there? at this point. Flip just needs to keep his head down, stay alive for a little bit longer, and maybe have an impact on the final engagement, because these other 3 teams will need to conclude to at least a fight between Twisted Minds and RCB. But it looks like RCB are trying to move along the ridgeline and get ahead of this one. Flip, this is the dash that he needs to make happen. I think Matic may have spotted it. Effect certainly has. Okay, they know now. He's trying to crawl in behind the terrain, but now Team Spirit are fully aware of it. Now they can handle it. The danger is very much gotten rid of here, and that nade sat right on his feet. We'll send him skyward, and Flip is out. Team Spirit efficiently handled that threat.
Yeah, it's a really good nade. The way it like slowly bobbles down towards his position. So Nate, last one before we close out the entirety of this game. And Twisted Minds, as well as RCB, have both been very, very timid over on this Eastern Edge.
You don't want to go down first. Why would you? Twisted Minds taking the preferable route, I think, right now. You can see the pressure that Team Spirit's compound has over this rotation. Twisted Minds can move down low, try and get around and sweep across, where perhaps RCB are now locked into their corner.
It's an odd game. I think the big thing for Team Spirit is this little bit of high ground that they've got going on, but still, it's just an odd match, and how long it has been a stalemate over towards the eastern side. Neither team really wanting to do too much, because everyone understands just how important every single one of these placement points is.
Absolutely. Effect moving quite far forwards. I feel like this has been punished before. I feel like this isn't necessarily necessary, as Nomi is flanking out as well. Effect vulnerable. The name of the game for Team Spirit is just forcing these 2 teams to fight against one another, using each other. But if Nomi goes down here, I mean, the nades are coming across the hill over towards Team Twisted Minds, sure, but Nomi actually getting really bold with this. He's going real far in now. And playing a dangerous game, but a lot of damage over towards RCB. But now the nades come back uphill. If Nomi goes down here, he's not resable, and not a lot of damage is found, but he's launching him straight on back. A nade in from Coops, a nade in from Nomi, and RCB are coming apart at the seams. Looking to try and get this cook on, and it could be good over towards Loxy. It dribbles short there, but he's got another one. And they're coming in from Twisted Minds as well. RCB don't make it out of this, but the question is, who gets the points? It's going to be a shot knocked down for Nomi.
Meantime, Effect will swing around the backside. Really, really well done.
Oh, wow.
From Team Spirit. Honestly, this will be a very quick game. Coop's the last survivor, and he will be dashed away. And for Team Spirit, they get themselves quite a few points in those very final moments. But yeah, very, very well done. Nomi, because the fight wasn't quite starting on his terms, he decided he'd just start a little early.
He's just going to leave it to the rest of them. The boys have got it. They'll be fine. That nade at the end was really unfortunate, because getting those players with that nade elimination would have been absolutely huge. Adding at least 2 extra points to Team Spirit's tally would have been absolutely phenomenal. I think it was a shot from across the way that was able to close down one, and the knocks had come through from Coops earlier on. So I think quite a few of them went over to Twisted Minds in that early engagement.
I think there was a couple that Nomi was able to pick up there at the end. It was just he was looking for that final nade to, like you say, confirm that final knock, because it wasn't his. But yeah, overall, very, very well played to him, because I think that they understand that, yeah, 10 points is good, but we can add a bit more to a tally. We've got a lot of space to work with, and the reason they probably haven't done anything that game is because they're both just locked down together.
Virtus Pro falling short at the doorstep of Falcons. And Twisted Minds were able to ride straight on through. But again, some really decent results for some fairly pivotal teams. I think Twisted Minds, obviously, in one of the best spots right now. Overall in the tournament, they're doing very, very well. RCB resurging somewhat, playing effectively, and getting a good game on the cards. Team Spirit, though, topping those tables. 9 eliminations, 1,600 damage, and they are doing okay at the start of today.
Yeah, 19 points total. Fantastic stuff. Again, I think it was the case that Nomi was able to pick a couple of those eliminations up towards the end. But yeah, it was unfortunate to get that final naded. But 9 eliminations, 10 points to Chicken Dinner, 19 total. That should Team Spirit see Team Spirit actually quite far towards the top side of the table, I'd imagine.
I think, yeah, they're fairly close. I think Twisted Minds obviously going to be accelerating and sat in the top. But yeah, there you go. 19 points earned for them. 10 eliminations, so 16 points for Twisted Minds. RCB with 12. And Brute Force, do not forget these guys, right? They have 10 points here, and they are pretty steadily climbing the tables, Blank, as well.
Yeah, Brute Force, I think it's a big change up from how they play in the league stage, right? League stage was a lot more hit and miss in terms of they were just claiming spots around the map. They weren't too bothered about getting towards the top side of tables, just having a decent result. Now they're focused way more on positioning, how they like to play this one now. But yeah, some of that team that work that we've seen in the past where they did really feel like a group of friends in a way that it was almost telepathic between them, that's not the case anymore.
Maybe something to re-improve on, potentially. I mean, for Brute Force, the defending champions here, right, as well. Remember, these guys won the spring season. It's good to see them getting back on the horse a little bit, even if we're not playing our Blood Moon mode. We are going to be taking a look at our match report here. Coops topping the tables for most eliminations with the damage. That accolade goes to Effect.
Yeah, I mean, Effect, like I said, he was just like, I'm going to mop it up. I'm going to mop it up now. And it was really good timing because Nomi's taking those shots all the while. Twisted Minds is very focused on trying to steal some of those. Suddenly affects your backline. And it was funny because it almost feels like a Toshbik scenario where, remember, they were taken down almost 1v4 by that guy. And they were like, we could learn from that. We could definitely learn from that.
Yeah, we can make that work for us, right? They certainly were able to unleash the beast during that last match with Monster Energy. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. They have had a pretty strong day so far. I'm liking a lot of these performances coming through. We are really getting a tasting menu of all of our players here, except for Virtus Pro, seemingly being able to just find something here and there, and every team is having their say so far. This is definitely a hotly competitive finals, and those qualification spots definitely on the forefront of their minds. We'll see you guys after the break for more PUBG Mobile.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 marks the launch of the new Wonder Season. Explore a series of featured creations and complete various challenge missions to earn points and get awesome rewards. Let's check it out. You'll find Wonder Season on the World of Wonder page. Here, you can choose a creation and start matchmaking. Furthermore, there are Wonder Season missions to complete. Each day, you can complete multiple Wonder Season creation missions and one non-Wonder Season creation mission. Up to 100 points can be earned daily. It's worth mentioning that each time you play a featured Wonder Season creation, you'll be evaluated based on your performance, and your evaluation determines how many points you earn. You can get up to 100 points. Do keep in mind that different types of creations have different evaluation criteria. Complete missions to earn points and improve your tier. Each tier offers unique rewards, including AG, covers, avatar frames, rare sets, and more. Head to Wonder Season now and explore away. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Wonder Season. Get your friends and explore the Wonder Season together now.
Team Spirit convince us that they deserve to hold on to the center of that circle, finally finding their feet and finding a chicken dinner at the table. So that will be very nice to add to their tally. The top of the table's as close as ever as we reach our halfway mark. After this next match to come, we're going back over to Erangel for this next one. But you guys have been watching throughout this whole time, and that is great news, because the more people watch, the closer we're going to get to our milestones. That's right, we've got exciting milestones activities for all viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely, because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances to win, and each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier of prize. Head over to Esports PubgM EU and comment hashtag out. Say that again. Hashtag outplay the rest. That is hashtag outplay the rest. And you can be one of the lucky ones to walk away with the prizes. Make sure you keep watching the stream to unlock all the great rewards powered by Infinix. Look at those goodies on the line. You definitely want to be sticking to it, because we will be divvying those out in short order. Now, we're heading over to match number 3.
Heading over to Sanhok. Well, another thing, I'm really excited to get over towards this side of things, because Sanhok, as always, as we know, has been our most historically insane map. Here's our top teams from their one Sanhok yesterday. So this is this is what they got yesterday. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and as you can see, most eliminations for Na'Vi, most damage for Nick Galaxy. Twisted Minds able to win on placement points, but somehow another team getting longer survival time. I think that's just a little bit of an error there on the system. But either way, Twisted Minds were able to win it out. They currently sit in first place with 93 points blank, and second place is now taken up by Team Spirit. That's right, they are up in second place, back in amongst the big dogs, where we think that they should belong, given how they played in the past, but seemingly not so deserving of it so far in week 3. Certainly they've started to turn up the pace now into day number 2. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Heading over towards Sanhok. We do have the GT20 Pro here with us to outplay the rest, and we're on our playing path from the northeast down towards the southwest.
Dropping out, are we going to see a Painan hot drop, or are we going to see RCB and Virtus Pro maintain that distance from one another? Are Power and 77 going to clash again, or once more find themselves across the river from each other, as we saw from them yesterday? Team seemingly, yeah, RCB not going to be hot dropping in Painan this time. They are still going north of the river, south of the river split, but Virtus Pro and RCB seemingly have a mutually assured destruction situation going on, and do not want to get involved with one another. They will just take either side of the river and do so happily. Power and 77 similar on that front up on the north edge.
Yeah, I always think that the most awkward of drop spots here is definitely Zeus, who drops in between Twisted Minds and Power on the eastern side. I don't think it's a good drop spot, but I just don't think they also had anywhere else to go, because they weren't that phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournament, so they didn't have like a case of like, this is our spot on the map, and they didn't want to fight for their spot on the map either, on like Virtus Pro as well as RCB, who are doing the correct thing. Yay! Thank you.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Separation, finally. Mutually beneficial for everyone involved. Staying away from one another. You do worry that Virtus Pro are just gonna move over the river and go, oh, what if we actually did fight you? What about that? Circle goes northwest side, though. So those positions around the trifecta compound is going to be very, very important for teams to maintain control of. Currently Zeus with the best spot for it, but only Maniac on that south side.
Hanging back at the moment. I mean, for Maniac, it makes sense for him to head down towards the south side. Try and take control of Confluence early. They know that Team Spirit likely will be heading up there at some point. The circle's not determinate anywhere right now. Could head up towards the northwest. Could be South Island, could be East Island. Have to wait and see with this one. Always does cause problems, and I think this is one of the more luck-based circles. One other thing is that you make a gamble stage 1 and then pray that it pays off into stage 2/3.
RCB getting out of Painan, so danger now assuaged for our two teams that love to hot drop. They're going to be fine. Up to the walled compound here. A little bit close to the edge of the circle. Kind of isolating your rotational options for the next stage if you want to stick around here. I wouldn't be too surprised to see RCB try and cross over the river, maybe. Go for the hill to the west of that trifecta compound or compete for that. Depending on how much scouting they've been able to do from the hilltops that they've had, they could spot that that position may be a little bit more open than perhaps other teams expect. I feel like that's one of the stronger positions. Na'Vi going to be moving up from that ruins position as well and maybe going for that same spot.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this at the moment. Because for Na'Vi, this has been a typical case of just play a little bit close over towards this side of things and then move on towards the northwest island and switch in. But Virtus Pro get here very quickly. And again, this is the first time that a lot of teams have not had to deal with Virtus Pro and RCB taking each other out early on. So RCB and Virtus Pro will have a massive impact on this side of the map. Because they're finally allowed the cage as a 2.
I can't believe that spray down didn't connect, and I can't believe that nade didn't connect either. Na'Vi are getting away with murder. A big nade in through. Icy goes down. Flip launches an assault, and Koa goes very, very low as well. Malloy on the off angle gets caught as Axa able to cut him down, stepping too close to the danger as Na'Vi come through like a vice grip. They squeeze the life out of Virtus Pro, looking to burn them out, smoke them out of the hut, and this is brilliant from Na'Vi. Virtus Pro just not getting anything done. Every time they're given an opportunity, they're not quite getting it over the finish line. But Na'Vi still with a little bit more to do. They've burnt out this compound. Team Spirit across the way, so they need to be careful. Koa, though, in very large amounts of danger. Nades launch back over towards Na'Vi, but it's not going to do too much more than find some damage. Bishke, Koa trying to hold it together here, but Na'Vi will not let this go easily.
No, Na'Vi, honestly, the amount of damage that's poured through from Virtus Pro early on, somewhat intense. Moving through the smoke. That was a terrible nade.
Oh dear. The nade, the bounce, all wrong. And a spray downs are coming back in for Virtus Pro, picking up at least 1 point. Na'Vi, it looked like they had this tied up with a bow. And finally it will be, but it's going to get a little bit ragged. Losing Lemon, really unfavorable here.
Yeah, I think Lemon walked through with the nade and was hoping to throw it into this room right here. And instead, he walks into the smoke, into the mist, and is like, oh no, I'm lost. And then just throws the nade at the wall. And obviously that bounced back right in his face because I don't think he knew exactly where he was at all. Yeah, he had an old Gandalf moment.
I have no memory of this place.
Yeah, pretty much. Quite good.
Hitting him with the Mines of Moria. Dug too deep. That'll happen. Another shot over to Na'Vi. Team Spirit still third-partying this, and I mean, rightly so. This is a great engagement for them to take shots down towards. Leaving Matic back up towards boot camp. The other three have moved down to the south now, that hill south of boot camp, the standard transitional position for a circle like this to give them some control over those riverside compounds.
Trovo 2030. Down below here. I'll be looking outwards towards RCB, who's in their way. Again, this is what I'm talking about with the teams coming out away from Painan. And it's so funny to me it's taken all the way until the second day of finals for this to happen. Both teams, they didn't have to fight one another. They all got looted up. Wow. But this does mean that rotates on Sanhok become a lot more difficult, because we're not just having a case where the lobby is essentially 14 teams up until 10 minutes when that fight concludes in Painan.
Next circle coming on through that southeast side, looking a bit messy. It's almost certain to go to that northwest island now. Team Spirit have choices to make in terms of their rotation moving forwards. Zeus as well will be bearing the brunt of these rotations and the pressure from it as well. The west bridge being available for Enigma Galaxy is great news for them. They can just go straight across, nice and uncontested, get that outpost, maybe have a say on the river crossing as well if they move Snowyx across as they have done. I really like this move from Enigma Galaxy. I think they're in a really great spot. Twisted Minds may be able to stop them, but straight up to this compound as well, I don't think I can fault this.
That's a decent move from Enigma Galaxy. I mean, Na'Vi were slightly held up by their fight with Virtus Pro. Enigma Galaxy take that chance and will head on through. For Team Spirit, though, they're finding shots over towards Na'Vi, as are Zeus. This does cause some problems for them.
RCB putting leather to soil, beating the boots across the river. Shots from uphill. This rotation from Enigma Galaxy will indeed have oversight onto the river crossings. It's going to make it tough. RCB are going to have to play around this location for a while, and there are going to be plenty of teams looking to cross in behind them. So a very difficult hold now for RCB to keep themselves alive on this.
Yeah, for RCB, it is going to be a few teams looking in that direction. It's not ideal being on the beach either. You'd like to get further up so you can put cover behind you. Yeah, it's all about timing, is that position. I'm not sure they'll have the timing for a little longer, actually. For S2G, as well as IWNRX, they split their different ways around boot camp. Will flow inwards, but again, this is smart play from the teams that already sat over towards Northwest Island, like Twisted Minds, Enigma Galaxy, and Power. Those who've gotten early and not allowing teams to swing up towards Camp Alpha. They're making this circle a lot smaller than in reality it actually is.
Compressing the rest of them, forcing them into the hyperbaric time chamber of a circle. Fireflux and Trovo 2030 on the south side, kept out of it for the time being, but they're going to need to conclude this fight. We're into stage 2, the blue zone will push on top of them, and it's not fatal, but it is a big hurry up on this south side fight, because you know you're going to have to go for a crossing. Extracting points from a strong fight in this location would be brilliant. If Fireflux can take down Trovo 2030 entirely, getting those 4 points on is going to potentially be a salvage total for their match as it stands, but perhaps they just want to try and get ahead of this one and rotate in anyway.
Fireflux behind Team Spirit. Trovo 2030, if they hear anything that passes from this direction, they're going to jump on that. They don't have much of a choice than to clear Fireflux out from in front of them and get some work done from the back of that. Stage 3. I have a feeling this is going to confirm up towards Northwest Island, but I have seen weirder circles in the past. That one's the one that makes the most sense. Okay, wow. Interesting. I mean, Zeus gets a really strong spot now. From a spot that I said was kind of rubbish at the start of the game, but it is now becoming Fairly damn good. I mean, they just skipped the whole process of having to cross the water, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can withstand any roll-ups from the north side. Obviously, that high ground from Twisted Mind's going to be backing them up a little bit, because any team that moves in from the north is going to have to contend with those sightlines first. So Zeus are a little bit safer from the top. Obviously, the sightlines over towards the water, nice and easy. A big surround that they've got. All four corners of that compound locked down. Be difficult to get on towards them, but it is possible. It has been done.
Once before, in the past, somewhere. At some point. Twisted Minds over towards that northwest mountaintop. Very strong position. I think Twisted Minds have played this better than anyone over towards on the mountaintop. So well done to them. And again, that's something that's just going to keep them very, very strong on Sanhok. And there's one more after this one. And for Twisted Minds currently at the top of the tables with 93 points. Chance there. Spark wasn't having any of that.
What was that?
It was an insta-flick.
I mean, Swain, he saw the door open. And he was like, okay, I guess I'm dead then. And stopped playing.
Entry, please.
No. It's like, oh, I'm holding this door. You better not come in. Oh, you come in. Okay, that's fair. And now IWNRX. No apples.
Yeah, no apples for them.
Heroic trying to leave the blue zone late. It's not going as easy as they thought it might do. Fireflux on the south side, still holding strong. A lot of damage poured in. You can see it's only Jafar left for Heroic. He's got the nades rolling in from downhill here. Fireflux with all four of their players alive. They're not letting this one slip away.
Hello.
They spotted him. And he is donezo. That is Fireflux adding 5 eliminations to their game. And from the south side, again, this is what I was talking about. Picking up these points in an unfavorable position. It's a great way to salvage your matches.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, it was a case that they understand that everything ahead of them right now is likely to be taken. And likely to be very hard to take off others. So they understand that this is like the likely path for so many squads. Wrapping around from the Eastern Islands, try and get in through the bridge here. It's the easiest rotate to make at this stage of the game, so they can pick up some points on that side. Good for them. So, well played to Fireflux. Taking fate into their own hands here.
77 trying to approach here, but Fidan is just too ready for it. Sure, shots can come from across the way, but he's already dodging them. Sees through that ruse. Nice and easily, Magnum tries to step up. Not going to work out. It's at this point, though, that if you go down in the zone, you are not getting back up here. It's stage 4, and so you need to be very careful to make sure your healing is coming through. Easy may have just missed a beat there. Could be a fatal mistake. He's looking for it. It goes down.
That is unfortunate. For Easy. Power's been up towards Hatton the whole time. The fact that they're struggling to get down now is a slightly criminal, John.
Yeah, it might just be. Easy, I mean, he went down, but he's quite close to the zone, so maybe carryable, maybe transferable to...
transferable.
The open air. But no, he just goes down.
This guy.
He just doesn't go for the healing early enough, and a really big mistake. Kine evading the blue, steps out into the open on a crossfire, on a sliver of HP after taking heavy damage from the nades, and the topple of IWNRX continues, but a lot of damage sent back over towards Falcons as well.
Yeah, Frozen just throwing random nades now. Best he can do. Best thing he can do here. Ooh. S2G. That was an incredibly long shot, though, from Hamzy. Very well done across the waters.
Yeah, about 300 meters there. Nice to be able to land that one. This is Solke doing the lion's share of the work against Heroic, to be fair. 3 eliminations for him on that fight. Beautiful.
Very well done. S2G currently over towards the eastern side. Need to ramp down towards the south. I think they've got the highest chance of taking the compound off of Zeus. There isn't too many other teams fighting around this area. And if you sort of want to have a strong position towards there, you do need to take this compound sooner rather than later to prevent a lot of those third parties.
Falcons moving in here would be great, right, for Team Spirit. They could force them to stay on the south side and Fireflux could third party it, but they've moved Effect out, who's keeping Fireflux at bay, meaning that they can't third party this engagement. And Effect has also gone down. They've had to move up to the bridge to get the res onto the forward position. And now it's up to Kitsune to hold Falcons almost entirely alone. No real backup to be seen. The circle's moving away. There's no way they're coming back in. This nade will force him out. He's going to go for the fight, and it's going to go well for one, but the second, not so good. Ali is down. Fireflux can now start to move through in third party. Team Spirit still on just one player active as the re-knock comes through to Nomi. It's just Matic to play. And it's still Zeus with this central compound.
Yeah, it has been very good. It's been very, very good for Zeus. And for them, there is no real other cover around this area quite as nice as what they've currently got a hold of. There's a lot of hard cover that swings up towards the top side of the hill in this area. Alhaji flying in over towards Zeus. And does get taken down. Dealt with. Short order.
Served up on a silver platter for him. Team Spirit, I mean, it's just not being able to maintain these holds from the south side.
I mean, it's been tough though, right?
It has been.
Admit, that south side is horrid to play.
Yeah, they will go down here.
0 limbs is not great.
And Falcons getting cut through here by S2G, who have been a cheeky third party to a lot of engagements. Pushed up to the rocks though. The Zeus trying to suppress them. If they can catch more of the Falcons, they will be happy. It seems like that will be the case. And the points add themselves to the tally. Nice result.
Yeah, I like how S2G's played this game. They've been pretty patient about it. As they move down, they've avoided what they know to be a very strong compound off towards their north side. And they might just be able to get a hold of this building down towards the south.
Oh, they'd love that. They'd love to be able to take that building. Nick the Galaxy, Twisted Minds over on the west side. They're going to keep up pace towards the top of the tables. Twisted Minds want to clear out this west edge. They've been atop the mountain for a long, long time, Blank. And that should afford them a little bit of power, a little bit of safety. Nick the Galaxy rotating across that western bridge uncontested as well. Kind of the same story. So both of these teams should be fairly fresh compared to the rest of the lobby. You can tell because they're all 4 players alive. A little damage sent in here, a little tickle there. Forward roll up comes through for Nick the Galaxy. The hop out. Lord goes 1 for 1. A roll around the sidelines and Snoix hops out for another. It's trading. It's going back and forth. And now it's just up to Doran to try and keep them together. 4 Twisted Minds. Nick the Galaxy have 2 alive. And Doran finally bites the dust. 2 reses available, but the blue zones are coming. And it will not slow down.
Blue zone coming in, and for Zeus, they still have 2 buildings to work with. Fireflux made it in. Fireflux has had a hell of a game so far. Struggled to make their way in on that south side, but bided their time and were stalwart in their approach. Yes, they lost a couple of players, but I can tell you right now, there was far more many squads that suffered on that south side because of Fireflux. Ketch will leave. And now it's S2G who have similarly had a strong game from that north side, but Zeus finally spots them, sees them, and will be looking to put them down.
Wild cannot step out like that. Zeus coming through this rotation. The warehouse, sure, it gives you a little bit of temporary cover out to your west flank, but from the north, no dice. Ralph actually spotted as Sulke. He still wants a little bit more. Finally gotten rid of, though. Zeus have taken a pretty hefty hit here. Nick the Galaxy maybe with a chance to break forwards, but maybe they haven't read into it that much.
Nick the Galaxy after yesterday did have themselves some very strong games. Now, can they do it again? They were in the top 5. They dropped the smokes. They have somewhat of the high ground, but again, this is what Zeus is very good at. Immediately they switch directions. They've played this circle before. They've been in the end game like this before, John. Immediately, Enigma Galaxy responds.
Eren
Rock,
knows.
paper, scissors.
He knows he can't throw into the paper building to his right. Instead, he was a little bit safer with Rock. Tries to keep the gassing game going.
Redox up on high. MVP from yesterday, so you can hit some of these shots. This is playing a little bit more of a spread here. Keep themselves out of dodge, out of vision. So who comes towards them, though? The shots from the side. A lot of pressure on Darkin.
It all depends on how Enigma Galaxy tried to navigate this. They're playing together. You said before there's this spread from Zeus. They're looking to keep that line, play the off angles. Sure, you may lose one, you may lose two, but it's all about what can be done on these off angles. Enigma Galaxy playing on this side of the ridge, though, is forcing Zeus to regroup together and actually play downhill. A lovely opener from Ralph to find one. Rita immediately sprayed down and confirmed. 4 players versus 3 now as Enigma Galaxy keep control of this circle very nicely.
Some great nades across the top as well, and Zeus has to respond at some point. I think they placed themselves on the wrong side here. They should have tried to wrap further towards the north, but I think they assumed that Enigma Galaxy was already in this position. This is tough though. 3 versus 4. 10 elims on the game for Enigma Galaxy. Great result for them.
Absolutely. Zeus on 7. Guaranteed that. At least. Nade up high. Not going to connect. Zeus a little bit closer to the middle, but in they go. Maniac first casualty, and it looks good for Enigma Galaxy. Darkin from the backlines, Eren from around the rock. They've got a 1-2 punch here. Steps out wide. The nade cooking at the backlines, but it's not going to be needed there. Darkin the last to go. And that's how you handle business. Enigma Galaxy taking it from the west side. They sweep down. They play as one. They use the terrain, and Zeus too timid over that ridgeline. Not going to be able to fend it off.
Man, for Enigma Galaxy, another chicken dinner underneath the belt for them. A massive turn of performance here. Again, for certain teams, it does get easier in the finals because there's not a lot of expectation placed on them, considering what was been able to done in the league stage, as opposed to some of our teams who throughout have been very consistent, like 77, etc. So yeah, it's been interesting. It's been very, very interesting seeing Enigma Galaxy, turn things up to 10 here. I think Swain was technically just trying to hide, pretend he was a part of the furniture, and swing round. Unfortunately, Spark had a jump scare of himself, but in this situation, in his fight or flight mechanic, it was definitely fight.
There's plenty of fighting going on the south side as well, Blank. I mean, we saw how difficult that river crossing was. Nobody really made it through. Zeus just fended everyone off. It was only Enigma Galaxy who was able to get onto this Northwest Island successfully, and they were the only team to really get across that bridge in a timely fashion. And it just goes to show you how brutal these Northwest Island finishes can be, given a difficult circle to open up the first set. If the circle commits to the Northwest Island early into the match, it's an entirely different story. Teams can stand fast, a lot more teams can find a foothold there, but when you have teams hedging their bets or playing on the south side, waiting for the circle to shift, everybody crunches in further, and it makes it so much harder to make those transitions in stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough stuff. It's very, very tough stuff. And I think that you kind of have to capitalize off the back of what other teams are doing inside that circle to make it work. Over towards the boys over on Fireflux, I think they were able to do that very well. S2G similarly, but it's Enigma Galaxy to come away with the vast majority of the points there with 23 total. Zeus with 14 and Fireflux not far behind with 13 for themselves.
I am expecting at this point to see Zeus towards a podium placement. Enigma Galaxy, I think, have just jumped back up into first place, but Zeus have been keeping up pace today. A phenomenal rise for them. The end of yesterday was very strong, but this is a real great change to see from the roster. It's magnificent. I'm waiting for more. I'm loving it. Fireflux as well with an appearance here, uncharacteristic so far in their finals performances, but able to get 13 points.
Yeah, 13 points, not bad at all. Na'Vi, though, and the rest of the teams here on the second page getting little to nothing off this Sanhok, which is typically how Sanhok goes. Only certain teams will be picking up the sauce. I think for honestly, going forward, Zeus is going to be a real contender for one of those top spots. And for them, I'd be very pleased for them to go through to PMGC. In fact, John, I would be happy with that personally, with the way that they've been playing and their constant improvement. They feel like very much like an IHC type of team. Here are averages over 2 days between Enigma Galaxy and Zeus Esports. You can see Zeus technically ahead here over than the average survival time.
Yeah, and it's fairly close there. They're both getting that 8th place average, but the eliminations a little bit ahead for Zeus. Enigma Galaxy, I believe, came into this one with a few more bonus. Actually, no, they were neck and neck on bonus league ranking points coming into this tournament. As we take a look at our overalls, Enigma Galaxy indeed in 1st place, Zeus up to 4th, so not quite able to break into the podium, but Team Spirit just over the way with 3 more points than they have right now. And the front page has started to expand, Blank. We started the day, what was it, like a 15-point differential? We're now up to almost 30 points between 1st and 8th.
Yeah, it's actually sort of nuts. It is getting further ahead now, because at the start of the day it looked a lot closer than anything. For Team Spirit, 91 points is an interesting one. And I was talking about this at the start of the day as well. For Team Spirit, it's a case of they will just come out from nowhere and you won't have seen them on the radar for quite a while, and then they'll be in 3rd to 1st place. They do consistently put up points here and there, even if it is just 5 to 6 per game. Certain teams cannot do that. They'll just go out 1 to 2 points and then look really strong in just one game, whereas Team Spirit puts up more points by looking somewhat average.
And that is generally how we see them more often than not at these global championships. If you want to see them at the global championships, well, your only shot, as long as they qualify, is for buying a ticket. Down at the bottom there, you can see the QR code to scan to make sure that you can get on your way to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship later this year in December. There's a 40% discount with that QR code, so make sure you get the early bird special. That's right. We'll see you there, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes for our next match today. We've had our time over in the jungle. We're going back to the grassy pastures now, as Erangel is up next for match number 4 today. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are getting into it once again here for the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals. It is upon us, and the time is now. Some teams turning up, some teams not so much. Twisted Minds definitely stepping forwards this match.
Yeah, I think for Enigma Galaxy, it was a strong match that last time around. Twisted Minds, also a team putting up even more points than they usually do. And you can spot the Infinix GT20 Pro on our screen over towards the left-hand side in-game. Comment Instagram Esports pubgm EU for a shot at winning that GT20 Pro itself. This will be taking place throughout the entirety of the finals. So if you want to make sure that you're commenting the correct amount, you have to watch all the way through to the end. Find out exactly which teams make it through to PMGC.
Yeah, you need to be nice and eagle-eyed for that one. Keep your eyes peeled. They'll be popping up over the course of all 3 days. And that will be something for you guys to keep track of whilst we keep track of these players, of these matches, of the score lines that each of them are achieving. We are getting close to the 100-point barrier as well in these final score lines. And it's really starting to heat up now. A couple of teams maybe not performing to the level that we would want them to. I think most notably Virtus Pro, right? This has to be something that we talk about. Even if we've mentioned it before, Virtus Pro right now look lost. They are right towards the bottom of the tables. You can see at the moment, sure, they're beating RCP on damage, but their average placement is 11th, Blank. Their average survival time is not even 16 minutes into these matches. They are performing the worst I think we've seen them perform in a long, long time. They're in 15th place out of 16, and it's just a terrible, terrible performance from them so far.
Damn, you really went hard on them there.
Well, they are performing shockingly.
It's not been going great. I think they've kind of lost their mojo a little bit in these matches. Just unfortunate to see. That's the GT20 Pro that you could be winning, but outplay the rest with in your games. But for Virtus Pro, they certainly need to start just playing the game realistically, as Enigma Galaxy is our first team to break 100 points here in the PMSL EMEA Final.
Up in that first place, 102 is their total. You can see the drop-offs there on the left-hand side of your screens. Team Spirit still in third, just about squeaking ahead of Zeus on 88. Fourth place after a pretty strong run over the course of these finals, it's safe to say. Flame path from Severny down towards Ferry Pier, just off the west side of Sanhok military base. So places like Lepovka may be difficult, and you can see that an artifact of that will be heroic, heading out to Zaki, maybe? North George, also potential.
Yeah, maybe up to Zaki for heroic, which could make sense. It depends what they really want to go for here. I mean, I'd be excited to see a heroic Zaki drop, personally. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, we're going to see it, look.
Oh, it's going to drop off here.
Oh, you think they're going to stop early? Go and challenge Twisted Minds in North George?
No, I just mean over towards this small little compound they have there, and then pick up some vehicles and maybe get a move on. The Falcons, they take a wide spread over towards Severny, which they seem to have a very good hold over. Brute Force looking to pick up vehicles away from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi's having none of it. Where is Vault?
Yeah.
Please no rehost.
Oh dear. I hope this is intentional. Well, as in, I hope it isn't him getting a little bit of a DC and playing in late. Oh. So it is.
I knew it.
Yeah. Volt. That's curious. You always see it. Heroic. They can't get all 4 of their players out. They wanted to go to Zaki, but now maybe they'll have a chance to go to Lepovka. You know, their standard drop spot, but nobody really getting in and amongst it super early, so no one's super unhappy about that. The circle as well, nothing special for a lot of our teams. You can see everyone just wanted to get back into this one. Kitsune's growing the facial hair. He's been clean shaven for a long time.
Yeah, he's pulled out something interesting. I mean, sometimes he's had a moustache.
Yeah, a couple of times, but I feel like this is the first time he's going for the full surround.
The surround sound beard.
How do you feel about it? 7.1.
That's good.
Okay.
I think what I'll do is, I think I'll just grow a mustache.
Yeah.
in
I think you
support of Mr. Kitsune.
That's true. That is true. I think you could do it. Starting to look a little bit like Ra's al Ghul. You know,
He
from
is,
Liam Neeson,
yeah, he is becoming a bit of like a
League of
villain.
Shadows. Certainly needs to dismantle the rest of this lobby. Get rid of them. See them collapse. If he wants to take that first spot. Because right now, Team Spirit, in general, most of the time, are the ones collapsing. They have certainly met their Batman a couple of times over the last few weeks. That is laser focus. Look at that.
Yeah, he's getting ready to get in.
He's on the plane path already.
Yeah, he's looking to jump into game. Kitsune looking a little bit more focused overall. And Navi's not done too badly. It's just never been the same, to be honest.
No. As that week 1 performance, I mean, that would be pretty difficult to achieve, right? They were blasting. But no more. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. So waiting to get back into the lobby. Ooh, he's happy. I think that means it might be time to look at some stats for Na'Vi. Just tricking you. Fooled you. You thought I was going to say to get into game. As you can see, yesterday, Na'Vi doing a lot of work. And remember that today we have only had 4 of our matches. We've still got 2 more to play, but still almost 3,000 damage more from yesterday's games, which means that they'll need to do a massive amount in these last 2 to draw even with yesterday's performance.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it's not looking horrible. I mean, heading over towards Miramar is typically Na'Vi's better maps, to be honest. So we'll get one Erangel coming up next into one Miramar, one Erangel. But for a lot of our players, Erangel, very basic type of map. We have just had some more difficult looking plane paths, some circles that have caused some issues. I mean, that Stalber one was a bit of a difficult one to work with. Falcons the only ones who really benefited from that. And again, it is a case of, we'll head over towards that compound, never really heads over there, and then the first time in a long time, it does. That's just the way it goes in finals. Sometimes you'll have certain moments where the stars will align.
You've got to hope that one day it'll be you that is getting that shift after shift. But Zeus, they have been taking the stars into their own hands. They have definitely been fighting through some difficult scenarios and making it work for themselves. Sure, that last match, they did kind of get a lot of help from the circle, but even then, they did pretty well to add up the points that they needed. Team Spirit, G'ing themselves up, getting ready to go. Looks like the lobby may have formed, at least to some degree. They are so ready for this. They are so locked in.
I mean, Team Spirit's not doing bad at all, though. Up towards that top side of the table. Looking very, very strong inside their games. And again, it's just that average. It's just the average amount of points they're able to put up between these maps, which is the best thing for them to do. And again, that's what we wanted to see from them all of last year, is just to perform at a strong pace, game to game, not have to do anything crazy like a week 2, which they are able to bring out. But we don't want that all the time. We just want the consistent Team Spirit. And that seems to be what we're getting a lot more of nowadays.
That's what you want to see, consistency, which is something that is sorely lacking from this team on our screens, Virtus Pro. We have chastised them. Hopefully they've heard it. They want to pull the rabbit out the hat, get some magic going. Despite the fact that they are towards the bottom of the tables, it's quite likely that we're going to see them towards PMGC League stages, though, unless RCB earn huge numbers of points over them, which right now isn't looking super likely. On the standings for PMGC points, I believe before the finals, Virtus Pro sat over 100 points ahead of RCB, which would mean that RCB need to get over 100 points more than Virtus Pro in these finals in order to usurp their position for qualifying from the PMGC points EMEA overall spot.
And again, for those PMGC points overall, we have shown them earlier today, but the fact of the matter is it's up to 10 teams heading through to PMGC after this does all conclude, and I think that there's only really Virtus Pros causing a problem there. Turn towards the bottom side of the tables. We do have a playing plan from Number Up Noy up towards Severny, getting into it once more again today, John.
This time Virtus Pro are going to be dropping out a little bit of a long road towards Primorsk. IWNRX dropping on the north side of the military island. Going to grab some vehicles, head back over towards Ferry Pier. Circle going to be coming in fairly soon. We're going up northeast.
Again, by the way.
Last time we ended on the north side of the Asnaya Lake. This time, possible to do it once more. We'll see if it ends up that way, but we could go as far south as Milton. Ooh, bad news.
Silas. Again, for RCB, it has been a horrendous final so far. And again, if you look at it doesn't look too bad at 56, but they have had strong performances throughout. This is a team that had 19 points of league ranking points over in their week 3. There's not a team you expect to be here in 11th place.
They had 21 points head start into this finals, which means that they've earned over the matches that they've had, which is 6 and 3, 9 matches, 35. Not the greatest averages. Al Haji. Power getting spotted as well. Fidan under pressure. A lovely little tag on by Marcelo, and what is going on here? He's just going to have to go for the reload. Fidan still trying to wheel about and get away from this one. Take it to the skies. Is he going to be able to get away from it? Oh dear, Ragnarok spots Fidan. And that is disaster for Power. Wait, he's away with it.
Game over.
He's taken the plays.
I'm pretty sure they got him. I think that bad boy is just coming to the ground. It's just gliding. I saw.
I don't know about that.
I think you would see someone in it.
Maybe there's two. Maybe there were 2 players in there.
Maybe. I think it's coming to the ground. I don't think there's a player in it.
Well, it seems like Ragnarok might think there is. I think you might be right though. That's crazy that it had that much room to go, just on its own, under its own steam. Hitting the deck.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a glider.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's living up to its name. Ragnarok's
Ragnarok.
Where's my goodies?
You silly Billy. You already took him out.
Fooled you.
Fooled you as well, to be fair.
It did. I was convinced. I mean, fair enough. All right. Going for a long way without anybody in it. No pilot. Full distance.
Right,
By the way, Power lose too, so.
Yeah, Power's not doing so hot this game. RCB down to 1. Did take a chunk out of another player on RCB. Twisted Minds head over towards Heaven. Strong spot to play early on. Again, I think you just want to try and confirm over towards anywhere that's free, that's a strong spot that could potentially be in that stage 2. So I don't mind this.
Yeah, this is a really strong spot as well. We talk about the oversight that it'll give you. Typically, it's very possible that teams push in on this south side, play a little bit under that Heaven step, and play 2 teams to that compound, which is a little bit dangerous, but in general a lot safer than trying to hold a split and fend off every team that tries to move towards you. So generally, you will see that sort of unfold. Maybe lose a player, maybe 2, and that's when it can get spicy. Fireflux actually looking to take it away from them early, getting a knock over towards Twisted Minds in Heaven. potential to go for a run down there. Doesn't look like too much more is popping off just yet. As you can see, Twisted Minds just regroup up to the top.
Yeah, I mean, for Lord, just get it back up. Nice and easy. No big deal going on there. We are looking over towards some of our other teams on the map. See where they're posted up. So Trovo, as well as the remainder of Power in North and South George, respectively. Falcons, I thought they were going to stop off. I think they are actually stopping off at that compound they went to last time. They're like, this treated us well last time.
I mean, why not?
We'll just do it again. Yeah.
Get in there. Very large potential for it to shift over there. No less or more likely than anywhere else on the circle. Not for the time being, although the difficulty is obviously you're pushing yourself right up to the edge. Taking a replay here. This is the knock over towards Lord there. That is an insane distance. I think that's almost max distance for Fireflux. That was the knock that they found. And no wonder they didn't go for the roll down, because they knew by the time they'd mounted up, covered that ground, Twisted Minds was certainly back to their full strength and would probably take the fight quite well.
Yeah, it's not much. But again, it's more a case of just letting them know. Let them know what's good in this format.
Gotta let them know.
Team Spirit down towards our south side. I think our teams that will struggle to get in are Enigma Galaxy. And these circles just have not been very kind, if I can speak English, to Virtus Pro down towards our southwest. They've had a long journey to take on most of them. And they're so keen on replicating that playstyle from last week. This game was very dependent on quite a few circles. And I think they've got it into their heads that they just need to take control of a large area. But it's only possible when certain things start to align. There's a lot of X-ray on there right there. I can see straight through. See a lot of vehicles.
Well, there you go. Getting on the rats. IWNRX moving around the south side. They went across from Military Island on their drop towards that very pier split that they generally go for every time. And now they're starting to push in. On the outside track, definitely, with Brute Force on their south, with Team Spirit on their north. And you can see Team Spirit lighting them up, denying them entry on the south side. Doing a lot of damage to Kine, and Vic's not happy about it.
Oh, it's not best pleased. Not best pleased.
Okay.
IWNRX, they will have to send off down towards that south side, but our next circle does pop. It's over towards the northwest. So basically just the south of our stage 2 on our last Erangel, the start of the day.
The focal point of it is Yaz Fields, and with that, RCB sit in the compound that overlooks from the west. General, a lot of power to be found there. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a crash or two over on that west edge. Also, that position in heaven that Twisted Minds took early on the east side, nice and strong remaining. And RCB, you can see they are fending off against an aggressive push coming on through from, I think that's 77.
Came through thick and fast. I mean, for 77, it was an instantaneous push inwards. They attempted to try and take control of something over towards that western side. And 77 have not had to travel that far at all, by the way. And yet are down to just the 2 players remaining. Enigma Galaxy will carry on with 4.
Play on that western edge behind 77, south of those Yaz Fields, just playing in the hills out to the southwest of things. So see how they can do from this compound as well. I feel like they do have the right idea. They don't want to isolate themselves into that compound. You lose a lot of sight lines, you lose a lot of control. Na'Vi on the south is well behind IWNRX, who are behind Team Spirit in turn. A difficult approach. Virtus Pro still way out in the blue. And they will be pushing in from the southwest side as well, in a similar location to Na'Vi and IWNRX, unless they go for a wide wrap. But to be honest, at this stage, nowhere is easier than anywhere else for them to get in.
It's all tough. There's barbed wire around the entirety of the outer limits of this circle. The field being the focal point here in Yasnaya is a terrifying prospect for a lot of teams' endgames. STG's already tried to set up in some certain areas that can be quite strong should that happen. As well as Falcon's been able to move down from that north side.
Alloy getting to grips with this hillside. Needs a little bit more petrol. Fueling up the vehicle. Very slow rotate from Virtus Pro, but they've been pretty slow this whole final, so to be expected. Next circle coming in about 20 seconds now. Brute Force on the south side, Team Spirit, Na'Vi, all in a bit of a standoff right now, with IWNRX as well on that west side. Brute Force on the 2-2 split. We're going up to Yasnaya though, Blank. It's up to the north side. The field's heavily occupied. Falcons moving in. RCB immediately dashing across the open fields, trying to get into the south side, and it looks like they're going to be successful in that pursuit. Zeus on the northeast side with a wide split. How much of that can they maintain, though?
They're going to struggle. They are going to struggle. I think as you get into like around about stage 2 with this type of circle into stage 3, I think you need to really even things up. I think you need to start barreling away towards one location and then just determine where you want to play, unless you're inside buildings like this where you can have cover alongside. I think this is smart from Team Spirit because it means that if the circle continues to wrap in, they just slowly vault from building to building. It's interesting though the way it's going down. Magnum knocked 77, currently on 77 points.
Hey, well, they're on 78 with the LM.
That will change soon. Like right now.
Yeah. With the extra point that they've gotten, guaranteed to not be on 77. But we can enjoy it while it lasts. It's there on the screen. And isn't that nice? Not so nice. Magnum goes down to an A from Robs. That was the flush. Limbo Boom still up and standing. And under threat. Teams crashing into Yasnaya on all sides. Teams on the outside having a rough time of it. Brute Force going to be moving in on the northeast behind Zeus, so potential danger there. Power trying to move in on the northwest, so a multi-pronged attack towards the Zeus position. Can Brute Force do anything about it on this northeast side?
Yeah, Brute Force on that northeast side, I mean, they're going to try and wrap around, right? But your main point of contact would probably be the north side of Yasnaya. It's the only really breaching point, but even then there's going to be so many teams taking shots towards you, likely be able to take the apartments, but it's a lot of what are you going to do stage 4, stage 5, stage 6, and for a lot of teams they've already got themselves into good positions and other teams are waiting to make that call. I think once we hit stage 4 though, John, and we're still in Yasnaya, you will see a lot of teams put the cars in gear and send them fast over towards Yasnaya.
You would expect to see it. Brute Force moving up to the ridgeline, the top of the hill. Power just across the way on the same ridgeline, and actually maybe with a fight on their hands here. Freezer getting very close to danger on that west side, and he is a bit alone, so a 1v2 for the time being. If Power can open up, and they seem to have done as well, that is a little bit of a chance for them. Now in a 2 versus 3 on the north side. Brute Force not in the best of positions here, and they have left Zeus to it, to their own devices, and Zeus are regrouping here on the east side, but we're shrinking straight onto the north edge of Yasnaya. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Team Spirit move up to the top set of that puzzle piece compound.
Yeah, Team Spirit over towards apartments could be the play here, but there's a lot of shots coming through from Twisted Minds. Ooh. And Kitsune makes the move. I respect that he's always the first one to go in as well. True captain of the squad.
Absolutely. Zeus just careening into the north side of Yasnaya as well. So we'll join them. Kitsune might be quite isolated though, Blank.
Yeah. definitely. I was about to say, actually, that with Zeus going over towards that northern side, Kitsune is isolated. But I think the point is that he tries to pick up these positions knowing the rest of his team is quite valuable. But I think that they should have just sent all together there. Did you know the reasoning behind it? You absolutely know the reasoning behind it. The reasoning behind it is that Kitsune goes in. If there's a team there already, he goes down. They just keep control towards that south side. I think at this stage of the game, you have to make aggressive plays.
And this is aggressive from Heroic. They're moving in. Unfortunately, they're being shut down by Zeus at every turn. The Molotov to keep them at bay. The reses need to come through, but the nades are just going to continue to roll on through the door frame. No knocks yet. Eren looking to bounce one through over towards Walsh, who is a one-man army in his own right. All three of his teammates down, and he's got 4 of Zeus to handle. It's 1 and it's 2. The first 2 are great openers here, and he's just given himself a little glimmer of hope, but it's immediately curtailed as the shots through the door frame finally land. Walsh goes down, and Heroic are out. Zeus stay alive on the north side of Yaz.
Yeah, but mechanical genius is Walsh. By the way, Team Spirit has been able to keep up 4 players for quite some time. I thought Effect going out, trying to drive over towards where Kitsune was a death sentence. Apparently not. I don't know how they survived for so long, but they have. Virtus Pro managed to get further into this game, but I can't imagine that's going to last for too long as Bishke finds Koa on the team nade.
That's rough stuff. It's only Bishke on the outside now. IWNRX fighting off on the north side and actually clearing brute force by the looks of it, but it is just Bishke. He's going to put more nades in. Team Spirit, hey, getting themselves back up to 4. Nice success there, but there's a nade over towards Eren. Looking for the flush as well. He goes up the stairs, crawling. So the nades finally find Virtus Pro. And again, not a successful campaign this match. Eren can get rezzed. And Team Spirit putting pressure on. They may actually want to go fully in for this. Nomi has the high ground on the opposing building. Effect has the low ground. Drops it around the corner. Doesn't catch Maniac there. Has some cover to play around. Falcons out to the west. No one's going to be breaking too far north against Team Spirit, but IWNRX and Brute Force from the north side could crash down this mountain at any moment.
I think you absolutely understand why they are going for these nades and trying to get the knocks through onto Zeus, because they're their direct competitors as we get far into this game. If you've got a next door neighbor and urban finish like that, it is horrendous. So if they could have weakened them, got them down to 3 players, would have made their lives and their decisions much more easy. When we get to stage 6 and 7. See how this one goes though. You know, IWNRX, incompetent. It's going up to the rocks. It's not.
They've taken 2 players down from Brute Force, and they'll make that a 3rd. Neo's spotted, but now the next transition needs to come through. The circle shifting down away from them on that high ground. They're just very keen to get these points on board where they can. And they will just confirm on that 3rd. Really hard confirm on it as well. Sending, I think, maybe too many people out that way with the blue zone pushing in. You need to make headway down south. We'll see where they can get into, but Trovo, RCB, and the last player of Brute Force, Furia, getting in and amongst it.
Hello. Okay. Wild's in. Taking some incredible shots. Finds 2 on it. First aid kit did go off and continue to take shots inwards. And RCB have the first time. Good crash.
Silas is down though. Wild is low. Needs to get this first aid off pretty shortly. Will go down otherwise. A big nade from Lemon on Wild under pressure. RCB, they get a good crash, but there's so many teams around them. Let's take a look at the replay here from Zeus holding out Heroic as Maniac immediately found that first one. Eren putting that nade on through. This was a pretty heroic stand for Walsh in a 1v4, but in the end, there's just too many barrels pointing away.
Yeah, it's far, far too many. And again, for this type of position on the map, it's just going to be teams trying to weaken one another at this point. And duos and solos attempting to steal one another's positions. It's very cutthroat in Yasnaya. And even so, we're going to be cutting off both the north and the south side in terms of teams.
IWNRX looking to move around to the west side and push along that main road. A series of buildings there for them to hop through may be available if they can make that dash. Nade in from Doran. Wrong player. That was Coops.
Bit of a self-nade. Not ideal, not what you want. Maybe he was just denying the points. You never know. I don't know how IWRX make their way to this position, but they get in. It's not ideal, but it's working.
Yeah, they've been sweeping on that northern side across that high ground. Now they'll play from the northwest point. A lot of teams ahead of them are actually fairly weakened, so potential for them to move through this is a little bit more significant, especially if the circle goes to this northern side.
He goes towards the north here. To honest with you, for both sides, it's just a case of if you're from the north, you are going to suffer if this heads down towards the south. If you're on the south, it heads up to the north, you're going to suffer on the north side. So I think that for a lot of teams, they just need to figure out their next plan of action. Some are more committed than others. For instance, Falcons, Team Spirit, Zeus over towards that northern edge, whereas you've got RCB, Twisted Minds in between both that south side and the north side.
It doesn't really make a decision here on the circle, unfortunately. But it's encapsulating every single team except for IWNRX in this next circle. The question is, where do they go? I feel like transition south and maybe play along the roadside, but then you're exposing yourself to crossfire between Falcons and Enigma Galaxy on that south and north edge. Will be a very difficult move to make. Perhaps you just want to go for the fight, the crash into Falcons, but yeah, it looks like they are going to swing down a little bit further south, try and use that building cover. Move along these roadside compounds through the remnants of Trovo 2030. Just one player left standing for Yusuf.
For IWNRX, this isn't as bad as it looks. There's still positions that they can move into, and if anything, they have a little bit more flexibility than some of the other teams within the circle. Good initial trade there from Team Spirit and onto Zeus. Good nades as well. Takes down Rita. And one flush is all Team Spirit needs. Push this team out the way. Aaron, though, this is interesting.
No, I don't think he wants that.
And he realizes it's a bad idea.
Yeah. Maniac has managed to find himself on the upper floors, locked in a little bit with effect. Nomi, is he aware of this? I think he is, yeah. Pump action. He's out. He's ready for the hunt. Maniac's going to peek this, and Nomi's going to be ready for the nade. Oh, dear. The pull is just at the improper moment. Pretty inopportune there. Effect, you need to cover him. He's right up the stairs. Have a look. What are you doing? He's letting his teammate slip away. He could have held that angle, played with the weapon out, waiting for the push, but now his teammate's falling, and they've evened the scoreline. Team Spirit on 3, Zeus on 3 as well. This is not great news.
Honestly, for a fact, I think this is more on Nomi than it is on him. He pushes up, and I think he should have trusted his gut and just ran straight into that. If you want to clear, you play where effect is. Slowly work the angle. I mean, IWNRX has been ripped apart by Falcons this entire time. They took a lot of nasty nades from them. But yeah, where effect was, he was sort of unnadeable, could just hold the angle. The way Nomi was playing required him to send through that doorway and not just stand around the side.
It's unfortunate. He might have been able to find it as well, because the player behind the door frame had the nade out.
Just more confidence.
Yeah. But Nomi goes down. Team Spirit not out of it yet, though. They are on 3, and Zeus are kind of contained by it. I mean, Matic, with this crossfire, stops any southward movement, right? There is no way that Zeus can get across without him spotting this. Or at least it's very unlikely, at the very least. And that means that they are somewhat trapped on the north side, but if there's a team that can do it, Zeus have been proving themselves time and time again. They've got 8 elims so far this match.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus have been doing very well, and they typically do quite well in terms of eliminations, and this sneaks up on you in-game. Lovely circle. 14 Spirit moves up towards that northeast side. However, you can only control so many of those apartments, and there is plenty of room for others to move in. A lot of for sale signs going up right now.
feel like Effect cannot maintain the split for too much longer. I'm expecting 30 seconds maximum for him to stick there. Falcons try and move forwards. RCB deny. Finding the shutdown. And now it's up to Hope and Ragnar for Falcons. They have to move in from this west side, and it is very difficult. Na'Vi, with 2 players, will be the keystone position for these teams on the west and the south to try and push past. They will hold a lot of strength, but it's going to be fairly easy to take them down. They are only playing as 2 players.
Valo finding Loxy to start though. Instant flush from Lemon. Cheeky pickup from him. Adds the elimination tally. Na'Vi is a pretty key spot that they're holding. There's so many teams that have to wrap around on this western side. It is going to get so brutal.
The split for Team Spirit, I mean, Effect is playing solo in a building that is going to be prime push for the teams from the south side. But what's interesting is that no one really is pushing in from that south side at all. Everyone's trapped behind the road. Maybe they're reading into that to maintain that split. Nick Galaxy over on the west side in the meantime, though. Have a lot of players around them to deal with. It is going to get messy here. Just need to find RCB. They are eliminated. They got 4 elims, but that's all they'll get. There's 11 teams remain in Stage 7.
There's always going to be a massive amount of teams in these types of circles. Zone 8 will be hitting us shortly. Might get to the point where Team Spirit and Zeus don't have to do all that much other than take each other out in that end game. But yeah, Zeus have had a much more successful run so far with 8 eliminations total.
At this point, even going down here wouldn't be a very strong game from Zeus, which is excellent for them to be able to find. With 10 teams remaining now as Trovo 2030 go out. Nick Galaxy, they had 4 players, but not a hope. Trying to move through open ground, through the controlled alleyways. Really difficult crossing, and there you go. You see how hard it is even to dash from one building to another. Ragnar pushing in, looking to try and shut down Narvalo and take down Nick Galaxy entirely. Might not be as easy as that, though. They are sat on the outside. I'll look for those reses. Fireflux getting across the road to the north side. There's Na'Vi trying to line it up, but a brilliant opener found for Fireflux as they continue to move on through this. Ketch just about starting to get rezzed here. I think maybe able to get pulled back up as well.
Nade. Outwards, Fireflux. It's actually very difficult to play inside of the show house and not get too beat up because there's only so many angles you can play, and it's I'm honestly very impressed that Fireflux is still as a fort. So many teams confirmed down towards that south side though, so Team Spirit as well as Zeus have had a very chilled out game with the occasional shouting at one another.
Tuna taking shots over at S2G. And the hop in. Ooh, goes well for Lemon for one, and a second as well to get that flush, but will fall to the crossfire. Trying to find those flushes. Find those points where you can. Na'Vi having a real tough time of it. Fireflux as well, getting caught up with Flip. And Nick Galaxy play third party to it. 1 player left on the inside. Narvalo, does he know there's still a player here? He hops in. Oh, on the cross. Now he's going to be aware, but the blue zone's pushing us in as well. On to stage 8. The zone will close dead center, and it's Team Spirit with the middle spot right now. Zeus will be pushing in from that northwest side. S2G from the southeast. The remaining players from Nick Galaxy on that west edge, but Furia is here as well for Brute Force. He's been down from that hill for a long time, a solo, and up into 7th place, guaranteed.
So funny to see 7th place here as well, considering we are in Zone 9. Only 13 players, so really not a lot. And Team Spirit's trying to extract as much as they can from this game. I think they're up to 4 eliminations now so far. Make that 5 as they find Furia. So it's not all bad news, and they knew that the eliminations would come to them eventually. There's another onto Calci, some more damage on top. Perfect stuff from Team Spirit. They knew they need to start getting some eliminations on board, and were very on it over towards this crossing from all these teams on the south.
These buildings... These buildings on the east, that's really tricky. They don't have that rooftop position that you can go for like you do on the flat tops to the west, Blank, which means that you have to play on the inside. You can't be peeking out. Twisted Mind's taken down. This is just how we thought it might end. 10 eliminations for Zeus. 6 on the cards for Team Spirit. 3v3.
Very much a question of who's closer towards the center. I think neither of them are. I think this actual strip down the middle is the center of this circle.
Oh dear. That is really rough.
Trying to have a look. It does feel that way. I'm not sure if it's like a tiny little bit over towards Team Spirit.
I feel like Zeus are going to have to move first, which is potentially what's going to cause them problems. But they've got these smokes. They are dropping them out. They're going to make these transitions. You can see Matic with only one nade left. The drop down. Zeus are making the move. Up to the window. Eren's there. Is he going to be able to find the shot through? Because there is a pressure from that blue zone to move him out of that side window. Kitsune gets a nade onto Matic. The hop out as well. The drop down for another. And Kitsune's on a tear. One player now left standing out the open. It's darkened. He's being lit up from every angle. Matic, Kitsune is down. The spray across nearly falling a second. But it will be Team Spirit to find the chicken dinner. It could have gone either way and I would have been happy, but that north side of Yaz works out for Team Spirit.
And they iron it up towards the end. I mean, for Team Spirit, a very, very good game. I believe that's the second chicken dinner of the day. I'm not sure what Matic said there, but he seemed excited. Yeah, really, really got a good game from Team Spirit. Very mature match as well. Again, for them to get 4 players back up was the surprising part about all that. Kitsune with the heads up call to head over towards that north side. Just have a good time with it. But again, Zeus, another strong match from them. It really does feel like today is the day of Zeus and Spirit.
Absolutely. They have managed to keep up the pace towards the top of the tables. And Enigma Galaxy, to be fair, also getting into a lot of late circles in today's matches. It's been great to see them try and keep pace, but yeah, absolutely Zeus has impressed today. And I think that it's very likely that they may, with today's matches, have done enough to see themselves qualify for PMGC, which I would love to see.
Shots from Mr. Lemon. That was good earlier. I like the stun grenade into the hop. And it definitely was a little bit further over towards Team Spirit's side. But they did make that drop out much sooner and coat the ground in smoke. So that was the difference between Zeus and Team Spirit there. It was just slightly more steps ahead, right? They'd fought about 9 moves ahead, whereas Mr. Kitsune himself was thinking 11 moves into the future.
Yeah, the guy reads the future like a book sometimes. It's really impressive when he's on his game to see that one come through. So really great stuff. He was able to get that drop shot. He got the shot at, well, the nade out through the window and then the drop shot by hopping out the top floor with the auto shotty. And that racked them up 9 elimination points to add to their 10 placements for coming first. And 19 points on the game. 16 for Zeus and 10 for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, they actually put up a lot of eliminations that match. For everyone else, it wasn't the same kind of deal. I think that the broker deal between Zeus and Spirit is that everyone else in the lobby would get a few points each. I think that's how it will go down towards at least 13th to 15th, where everyone only got the 1 point.
Virtus Pro got 1 point. That's not good.
That's true. It's bad, yes.
It's a bad time for them. IWNRX again today. I mean, they've had 1 or 2 sort of step-ups, but overall, again, not what we saw from them in day 1. They were up on the podium before. They're starting to slip, I'm sure, as we take a look at our match report. You can see Effect with the most eliminations. Lemon with 1,141 damage. Kind of nutty with it for Na'Vi. They were that break point on the southwest side of that circle, which means that everybody was trying to push past them, and that's how Lemon was able to farm all this damage, even though Na'Vi didn't get too deep into this one.
Yeah, definitely blasting. Definitely blasting here was Lemon during that game. But Effect with 5 eliminations is very nice to see. Because the thing is that Effect was the one who went down so early. But Kitsune risked his life and soul to go out the building to pick him up and drag him like Private Effect back into the building where he could have rezzed him. Which is super cool to see. And it was important that he did that because Effect was very, very good in that game.
Absolutely. You can see the head-to-head between Lemon and Effect, and the 9 knocks for Lemon. Oh my goodness. That is so unfortunate to see only 3 elims for a performance like that. Where on the flip side, Effect's just like, yeah, I don't need to knock 3 people. 5 elims, though.
Yeah, it is sad for Lemon, but again for Na'Vi, they were just in the thick of it, right? They were literally in the eye of the storm towards the center of Yasnaya. So there was a lot of knocks to be had.
Yeah, very difficult to confirm those, right? If you're getting knocks, people approaching you, you're just stopping them, you're allowing them to res, but you're just keeping them at arm's bay, making them fight off against one another. And that has been excellent viewing for the lot of us over in the Yaz finish we've just had. And if you want to keep viewing, well, that's great news, because we've got exciting milestone activities for all of our viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely, because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances are to win. And each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier of prize. You can see those prizes on your screen now, and they look mighty tasty. Head over to Instagram at Esports PUBG MEU and comment #outplaytherest. That's #outplaytherest. And you can be one of the lucky ones to walk away with the prize. Keep watching the stream to unlock all of the great rewards powered by Infinix.
Absolutely, because there is a lot of rewards to be had there just by making sure that we get up to that 190,000 concurrent viewership mark, which I'm sure is easy for you guys at home who all enjoy PUBG Mobile and also enjoy some prizes.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees, I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I
Time is ticking for our teams here in the finals. We are getting on with day 2 as our teams will start to turn the corner. We're over that halfway mark now. The PMSL EMEA Fall season is really heating up because teams are starting to stand up where they haven't before, and it is great to see some resurgences coming through as well. Team Spirit, most notably in that last match, getting that chicken dinner blank.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit have got 2 today so far, so very, very well done to them. And I think that, honestly, when we look at how the day has gone for some of our teams here at the PMSL EMEA, others haven't done so great, other than Team Spirit as well as Zeus. Enigma Galaxy has been shining here and there, and they're one of the few teams that's been able to take what they had going for them yesterday and bring it into today.
That's what it's all about in these short form tournaments as well. If you can carry over that momentum from day to day, you've only got 3 days that you need to do it. Engage those afterburners. Unleash the beast with monster energy. See what you can get done. At the moment, S2G not looking very beastly. And the less said about Virtus.pro, the better. Because they have not been unleashing any beasts whatsoever. Devoid of beast unleashing, some might say.
Trover 2030 has suffered quite a bit. The lion is not roaring going into these games. And again, I think for Trover 2030, I don't know what was going on there. He was like eating the paper.
Eating tissues. He's eating the drop spots. No one can know. Redox.
Yeah.
Oh, what have you got in that bottle, Redox? Okay, you don't have to tell me. Jeez.
Drink water or stay hydrated or you'll die, I guess.
Maybe. Or maybe stay away from my water, I need it.
Possibly. That also works. I'm
Either
gonna
way.
drink some Monster myself.
Oh, okay. All right. I've not got a can to hand, but you're ready.
Yeah. Or was I?
Whoa. That's actually wild. That's crazy. I mean, it's not wild because this is Twisted Minds, not RCB.
Do you know what I really like?
What do you like? Monster?
I like how Coops' hand tape has got progressively more excessive every day.
He's going to come in boxing gloves for tomorrow.
Yep.
Or maybe MMA gloves because he needs to build up for PMGC.
How would he play the game in boxing gloves? I just don't think he would.
Coops will find a way.
What, force his strong fingers through the boxing glove.
That's right. Correct. Probably get quite sweaty hands though if you were playing with boxing gloves on the whole time.
Or you couldn't play.
You couldn't play.
I mean,
bet
no. I'm telling you, you physically couldn't play because
No, you could do it.
there's no way for your fingers to come out.
What have you made
'Cause
holes?
Have you ever put on a boxing glove?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know, it's
when
cumbersome, but...
Do you know when you put the boxing glove on and you hook your fingers around the top?
Yeah.
And it's all encased.
Yeah.
And
Put
all
holes
there
through
is... Okay. That's what you're thinking is fingerless gloves with padding.
Boxing gloves with holes in. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Oh,
You-
yes.
You take that.
Uh-huh. I shall put that on the mantelpiece. Save it for later. Look upon it and be pleased and smug. At the same time. Miramar. Plane path from La Cobreria down towards the south coast, just to the east of Partona. Nice even split. Very fair here for Miramar. Nothing really out of the way as we go back in for our desert dose.
Dosing on sand, apparently.
That's right.
Sampling the
Ooh.
dust. And it is a very hard shift down towards the south side. Fair bit of water in it, but it's not as bad as some of the circles that I've seen on Miramar during this finals. So I don't think teasing V2 will have bad, but it is a different spot. It's a different place to what we've been before. I think we'd never been down here.
Oh, Silas sees a shoot, sees two. Shooting it. Player behind tree, player in monster truck. At that range, iron sights. I've seen them connected before, but I don't think it's happening here.
IWNRX on our screens. I want them to do better.
Yes. Definitely. Really kind of let it slip away. They're getting frozen in place. Hunted by the wolves. Swain. I couldn't think of one for Swain. I got all the others though.
Okay. Heroic on their way to some kind of victory.
You think?
No.
No.
In terms of eliminations, they look good. But I think that honestly, a lot of the players in league stage have just been kind of posturing a lot whilst putting up points. And it has been a very different vibe here in the finals. And I think Heroic has been smiling all along. But hey, we can play this game. It's good. We got this. And then it seemed a lot of teams just switched it on for the finals in terms of, right, it's time to play serious. And I don't think Heroic was quite ready for it.
Overall, during the league stages, Heroic got the 9th most points. They were just behind Brute Force. So 10th I mean, it's kind of on track with what they were able to do for points, but obviously their week 2 kind of bolstering their confidence somewhat. But they came into this one 13th on the overall standings, which means that technically they have gained ground over this lobby, right? They have moved up from 13th to 10th. But that difference is fairly minimal, I think it's safe to say. Twisted Minds, this is unlucky rubber ducky. This Hoops gets popped out. He was playing with the boxing gloves. That's what happened. Classic mistake.
That's right. Well, to be honest with you, tough times all around for Twisted Minds there. Even was given a bit of a chance with a full reload that had to come through, and even then it was a little bit slow on the adventure out from that position. But a lot of teams heading down towards the south side nice and early. Zeus going over towards Partona, in fact, which is kind of cool.
Right to the south side on a wide swing. Power, though. Shots down towards Maniac, who has to get in the drink. This time around. Not ideal for Zeus, but if they can move Satan off this angle, they'll allow Maniac to get back up to dry land. But the vehicle is almost certainly a goner, which is very unfortunate for them. To lose that rotational ability. However, they can pick up their teammates should they want to. Reinforcing this position on the high ground for Power. I think this is wise, just taking a nice spot on the southwest side. The south edge of Los Leones, at the moment, is going to be fairly important as time goes on. There's that big high ground that sits down to the south over the mines entrance, and it should be something that Enigma Galaxy are going to look to control a lot of this circle from for a while now.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy down towards the southern edge, there is a particular amount of want to just hold on to this area for as long as possible, where you've got this top of the high ground. But a lot of other teams haven't made their way in yet, but they will have to push on through Los Leones, and there's likely going to be a point where teams will stack on top of each other like Jenga. Be able to go no further. The risk of wobbling tower too much.
Yeah,
just coming crumbling down. Yeah.
It's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Unstable, that. So many efforts to try and stabilize it as well. It's difficult. It's a difficult structural engineering problem, and you don't have that sort of instability going on.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to talk a lot about it, but it's not the time.
That's okay.
It is fascinating, but you guys can do your own research on that. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Look at the structural reinforcements that they've done over the years. Very interesting stuff. Anyway, back into the game. On the south side, on our wobbly circle. No reinforcements for this. On the south side, it's all water, so it will be sinking away. And it is a lot of this ground taken up by Los Leones.
Yeah, a ton of ground actually here. Over on that side of the map where it's just clumped up with buildings. Most teams not really wanting to push down that way because it feels more and more likely it's going to be heading over towards the cliffs on that south side. One of the first times in a while the Virtus Pro actually gets an easy rotate into the circle. The question is, what do they do with it in 15th place? Going from first place to 15th over the space of 5 days it's phenomenal.
It's impressive, genuinely. I mean,
yeah, it's a curious one.
Yeah,
and it's one where we won't be able to get checked. We won't really need to check back in on it too much as we head into our 5th match of the day and capping it off soon. Because honestly, for Virtus Pro, I don't really see them getting too far back up this lobby.
They're really squandering their opportunity here. I mean, despite the fact that they're almost certainly qualified for PMGC through the EMEA overall standings, of course, Team Spirit, IWNRX, and Brute Force ahead of them, but all of them qualifying from Europe, Türkiye, and Middle East and Africa, I think, respectively. I think I got that in the right order. Ooh, this is a nasty, nasty shift. Do Zeus go to Partona here? Do you play that bet on this one? Or do you hold the compound on that north side of the bridge and try and hope that teams won't crash past you?
But it could be a Partona finish, easily.
Yeah,
it easily could be.
There's so much more land up on that north side. The landmass alone is really magnetizing it up there. I would say it's probably about a 15% chance it goes down south. That's my estimate. I like to think my estimates are fairly accurate most of the time, but we'll have to wait and see. I feel like taking a 50% risk when you have a good, strong position on that north side as well. I don't think you go for it if you're Zeus. You may go for a swim and try and play Partona if your team out needs. If you're Virtus Pro, or Twisted Minds for that matter, you get pushed into the water, maybe this is the option you go for.
Twisted Minds is rolling it back right now. Doing it nice and safe. Twisted Minds trying to fly over towards the water like we saw Zeus do earlier. Only 3 players, they lost cubes. Right at the beginning of this game, Robs will duck underneath.
Someone can play underneath this bridge. It's very open and exposed though, and I won't expect it to be played until there is literally no other option. It's not the same sort of bridge that sits on the differences between, or on the crossings from that military island on Erangel up to the mainland. You do not have those catwalks available. It makes it so hard to navigate. It's just a straight up roll across if you want to go for it.
I mean, where Al-Haji is right now is so dangerous alongside with the rest of his team. But they don't have much choice in the map of where they're playing right now. Na'Vi, the final team to make it to the circle. It really will depend on this next stage.
This is a hard southwest shift, and if it comes back up to the northeast side, it's going to be very interesting, but nobody making the gamble over towards Partona. No one taking that gamble play. Brute Force, they're still trying to play on the edge. They're still trying to play this edge style, and to be fair to them, it is succeeding. More often than not for them. So far, at least today, they have had success from it.
Fireflux, northeast side. Roundabouts where currently Team Spirit is playing. Virtus Pro down towards that southeast. They have become so timid. I mean, the next circle heads back up towards the north, so we do not have to worry about Partona in the near future.
I don't know how possible it is for it to go down to Partona. I think at this point you would be looking at maybe a 4%, less than 5% chance, certainly, of going down towards Partona, if that, and that's probably being generous. So teams are going to look to solidify themselves. Zeus, on their position at the mouth of the bridge, do have a lot of control here around this crossing. They've got that compound that sits just on the roadside. It doesn't have great sight lines up towards its northwest, but in general, it has a lot more opportunity to play into these circles later on as time goes forwards.
Take a look at where some of our northern teams are. Falcons, IDB NRX. IDB NRX have fallen quite a bit on the tables, but not by an egregious amount. There is still a lot of potential for them in these matches going forward. RCB, though, I actually do like their position. Directly underneath the mountain on that west side. It's a strong spot, especially if the circle continues to move towards the north, because the areas around there are really troublesome to play.
Na'Vi trying to get the roll up towards Brute Force, who have already lost one and taken a knock besides. Split off as well. It's going to be very difficult to get their third player back into the fold, but looks like they may attempt to go for something. No, just a full disengage. Neos thrown to the wolves here and a rotate around. Did you see that on the left-hand side of your screen? I think I nearly missed it, Black. Ooh. Furia. That's a spray down onto S2G. A little bit longer than you want that spray down to last, but we'll get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely down 2. But Na'Vi came through that way, as did Falcons. They heard the fighting. They were like, let's open some space on the map. Suddenly you've got 4 teams all in a very similar location. Heroic, on the other hand, they just sent directly down towards the southwest side on the low ground.
This is pretty dastardly circle. Stage 3 closing in. Currently a few central locations held. Zeus, obviously, we talked about them. You spoke about RCB, Team Spirit as well, with a compound fairly central, a little bit of oversight down towards that compound that Zeus sit in. But they do have a ridgeline down to their south that they may need to worry about as 77 start to extend their presence. You can see Magnum on a troublesome spot. The circle goes dead center on towards Team Spirit as well, which is only good for them.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, they're pretty happy with this. I don't think they can be too displeased. It's just that area they're in, it isn't ideal, I guess. Things crashing onto them could be a bit awkward. And there are tons of teams still up. You know, all 16 still kicking here in our lobby. Not a single team is out. We do have a lot of teams with just one lonely player remaining, though.
Yeah, we got that 1, 2, 3. And Twisted Minds nearly a 4th. Team's primed and ready to drop. Kelsey, one of those solos with Heroic baying for his blood. They've lost a player as well. And they want to exact revenge on the lobby for it. Kelsey, this ridgeline, the only thing keeping him safe. As soon as you have to leave it, if Kevin's still there, it's an even gunfight, right? You just need to take that shot. But Kevin repositioning away may give Kelsey some room to play. It's stage 4, which means this blue zone is still very survivable should he want to go for it. Falcons approaching up towards Navi's position. That nade looks dangerous. So does that one, but they both go long. The res comes through. Another one layered down on top of it. That bobble's short. Knock does come in. That's from Ali on the off angle. Spray down from default doesn't connect either. And the Falcons looking to usurp this hilltop. Take it away. But RCB from across will look to put third-party shots into this one. But I mean, how much can you really see from down that far?
Falcons taking some shots down towards Na'Vi, and this is a really awkward position to be in on that western side. Like you were saying, that circle moves away from them. A lot of these teams took a little while. Well, they started to figure out what they wanted to do next.
Knocks to Na'Vi, and Falcons take a 1, but that's doubled up soon as Default able to find Ragnar. Now Na'Vi look like they want to retreat here, but the reses need to come through. Silas flexing out a third party as he pushes all the way up the hill, clambers up the slope and drags them back down with him. Flip takes down the last there of Falcons. That is disastrous for both of these two teams. RCB with a perfectly timed third party.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, like, Silas has had this mentality before of, like, I'll do it myself type of deal. And I've been missing that. And there it is, coming back out to play. Just a quick visit to Na'Vi. He's still here.
Yeah.
Runs away to give him a false sense of security, and he knows there's high ground as well to work with. No nade, though.
Yeah, that would be the difference maker here. Who would loose that, send it straight in, maybe get that flush in. Zeus, they're still playing on this west compound. Heroic have managed to find a little bit of cover down towards the south side. Twisted Minds may be fighting with them for that. Team Spirit still in their central position. Magnum on the high ground ridgeline that sits in the middle of this map for 77. They are using that as a scout outlook position out to the west side and over towards Team Spirit's compound. Virtus Pro have just gotten the hard shift of a lifetime, though. This is going to allow them a little bit of an opportunity to stay alive in their sprawling compound further up the hill to the east. They are going to have oversight down to the south, but there's a lot of tricky, bobbly terrain there, which means that it's very possible to sneak up on that.
Do you feel really bad for a lot of our teams on that western side? Just constantly pushing out over towards the east, which is super unideal. especially for the terrain they have to cross. Silas being massive pain in the arse here for Na'Vi. But it's Zeus who've got my eyes on.
He's still at it. Axa thinks he's further down the hill, but the spray transfer, the spot on Silas is there. Silas is in danger here now. The rest of the team needs to back him up on this ridgeline. Axa wants that challenge, wants that peek. He's isolated the 1v1 and does get an answer sent out his way, but it's a little bit too late to keep his teammate alive. Flip trying to roll past it, but he's exposed and needs to get away. An immediate roll back in. This is what you need to see, the response from RCB on towards Silas's position. The flush out onto Axa, but there's the spray down. Flip will be put to death, but Loxy loses his teammate in the process.
Yeah, with a slick reverse action though, back down the hill. He was so close to going down. Immediate on the bandages, tried to go help his teammate. But unfortunately was not meant to be. For Zeus, looks like they're just looking to clear out over towards their western side before they move out over towards the east. Alongside with 77, Team Spirit as well as Virtus Pro do find themselves a pretty decent compound.
Trying to transition over to the bridge, and it's a little bit of safety, but you have to get further than this with the circle now, pushing you out. Heroic have Twisted Minds in the water, and potentially have not figured that out yet. They've been swimming for a long, long time, so if Heroic have been scouting for a while, they'll know, but otherwise it could be a dangerous emergence. If Heroic are caught unawares, both teams, though, are going to have to move pretty far along this one to get into this next circle. Got Narvalo who's going to try and slow them down. We've got 77 as well, all the way up the top of that ridgeline. You can see the oversight that Magnum has. The rest of them, Shifu there, moving out to regroup. And the line that 77 has on the south side is so, so impressive.
.77. Super strong swap for them. Nice shots from Robs. Does not quite connect over towards Kevin, though, which is sad to see. I felt like that second spray was just whiffed slightly there from Robs. We had the right idea of it.
I mean, that's kind of what I said. They didn't realize that Twisted Minds were in that water position and nearly went down to that, but fortunately they were able to win out on that trade with a not so characteristic miss on the spray from Robs. Nade downhill.
Oh, he's lucky.
How? There's a vehicle in that smoke. There must be. Now Valo stepping up, waiting for that ordnance to come through, pulls out the UMP, sprays down the angle, but there's an off angle there as well. IWNRX, they've been quiet on the northern side for a long time, but they're stepping in now. They're getting amongst it.
If IWNRX didn't really want to show that hand too early, it really makes sense. They still need to cover a lot of ground and this roadside. Power, though, moving up and playing on this south side for a ton of time. Now 77 with their big task. Luckily, Shifu is on the money.
Zadira as well. Al-Haji goes down, launches one towards the players further back, tears Fidan away, and now it's just easy, systematic dismantling by 77 from this high ground ridgeline. They've had control of it for ages now, and they will not let it go that easily. Beautiful nade. Power never had a chance.
Yeah, Power out. For Shifu, he'd had such a good lineup for the team. Now in comes Zeus. A VSS for Rita. Surely he's got someone better than that.
That's a decision. It's one of the weapons of all time. Maniac needs a little bit of help here because RCB, they're chiming in from all the way to the north side. Spray down onto Kevin, and that will be the end of Heroic's journey forward. Zeus, they still have the one knock there, and they finally found some cover from RCB, who will have to move from this compound. I think Zeus didn't expect there to be players still out there at this time. It's Fireflux with a scrap on the southwest. Trover 2030 taking the fight. Salom and Yusuf trying to get something done here, but it's really brutal. Hard pushed up to the edge of the zone. Nobody happy about this one. Fireflux may be able to keep themselves as 4, though, but this nade from Yusuf, the last one in the arsenal, could be troublesome. Not going to connect.
Zeus. Zeus actually doing quite a good job. I think that the way that they've played this one out has been slow but steady. But there have been a lot of other teams that have fallen by the wayside around them on this side of the map. IWNRX in a similar situation where they have struggled to cross this road. So they don't want to make too early of a push. And now Trovo with their 2 players on that last stand over towards the south side.
They're not really getting too much done. They didn't manage to line up the spray. Zeus are getting picked off now, as Rita was still split from the rest of the Zeus squad, and Team Spirit will spot that. Taking shots over towards the north as RCB have to leave their compound. Team Spirit still holding nice and effectively. Fireflux trying to hold this off, and they haven't gotten rid of Salem just yet. Yusuf will find Lux, and Fireflux having a little bit of trouble dispatching these 2 players. Salem, no nades, and Solkay will break out. Ketch leading the charge with that grenade. High impact explosive. Ketch moving up to try and continue to maintain that ground. 77 do not want to let them get too much further, so the fight is forced. Yusuf, Salem over the ridgeline. 1 goes down. Fireflux low. They have lost a player. Solkay cannot get rest here. Not just yet. Zadira's in to play the edge of this. The fence to stop Fireflux from getting any further. The nade in. Looks for Scarface. Doesn't quite find the full Monty.
It's a hell of a amount of damage from him. Meantime, Zeus, Team Spirit, everyone sort of needs to work their way in, including Virtus Pro. I think they've got the best deal out of everything that was on offer. Everyone has to be forced further into this circle, away from their landmarks on the map.
Virtus Pro manages to get 4 eliminations now. Able to steal a couple of points away from the lobby, but is it too little too late? Are they going to be able to even do anything from their position? Sure, they've got a building that's right on the edge and there's a little bit of high ground, but IWNRX, once they've cleaned up RCB, could have a lot of impact here. But Virtus Pro, they are being proactive here, which is good to see.
Virtus Pro working their way around on that north side. Oh, towards IWNRX. I think they will probably understand that there's teams on the north side of the road that want to make their way through. Is Loxy last player alive here for RCB? He will find Kane. Another nade over the top will bobble down. He has good information on it, but no more nades to work with.
Team Spirit are going to have to move into Zeus, and 77 are crunching them from the other side. Zeus are taken down. Only the 1 elim there, which means, Blank, that Team Spirit very likely going to end the day here at the top spot. But look at what 77 have got. They've got 11 eliminations already, which is going to put them maybe not within striking distance, but certainly a podium on the cards if they're able to jump up any further. Team Spirit moving in with 4. IWNRX getting across now. Loxy trying to fend that off. Zedwolf goes low, does go down, but the crash is good from Swain to find that shot. Virtus Pro now chiming in to this engagement once more. 2 players down from IWNRX, leaving only 1 of them standing. Bishke is there to look for the last, and it will be Team Spirit to pick at least 1 of those points away. Swain takes himself out. His effect gets knocked in the meantime. I think that should be Rezable towards the back, but they might just have that one purloined away. Malloy steps up. Can't quite land the Mini 14.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, they did a great job to move in on this, but slowly but surely they are losing, hemorrhaging players all over the place as they get buried in the dirt, in the sand. And realistically, Team Spirit would need a bit of a sandcastle and to raise the sand drawbridge if they want to hold out these other armies in terms of squads with 4 from knocking down their gates.
You need to play 77 off against Virtus Pro and try and play in the dip that sits between the 2. You can see they're in just that little bit of low land there, which is the only thing keeping them safe. Both of these 2 teams are playing defense for Team Spirit right now. As soon as someone steps up, gets a cheeky pick, I think Icy probably the first to spot Kitsune there, but they're going to find Zadira. And you can see that's why 77 can't peek into this low ground. It's why Virtus Pro can't do the same.
All depends on this angling. Virtus Pro understands it as well. The more they shift effect around, the harder it becomes. Magnum finding Malloy, and it's going both ways. You know, 77 back up to 4. Malloy takes a massive hit, and that will be Shifu finding Matic, leaving only Kitsune now. A small break in the smoke will appear.
Yeah, very valuable position on the smokes there, understanding Virtus Pro's lineups, their angles. Shifu able to safely step up, take that spray. Kitsune, he is in the circle, but he's right on the edge. The nades are really the only thing that can take him down right now. Unless Shifu gets another miraculous pickup. I think he has spotted Kitsune there. But can't really do too much about it. Not for the time being. Kitsune's going to have to move. You can see that blue zone. It will put the pressure on. He's going to have to roll up to it. Virtus Pro. Do they spot him? Do they peek over that lip? Because Zadira will be ready for it if they do.
I mean, Shifu did check this area. I think his biggest problem right now is Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. They're way more preoccupied with it, but you can see that backline from Zadira. So wary of everything. Virtus Pro, though. A major threat. Zadira down first. That's the flush. The backline knock. Kitsune spotted, so Virtus Pro have gotten rid of the snake. And now it's 77 versus Virtus Pro. Can Virtus Pro turn their fortunes around? And even if they can, is it too little too late? Because they are finding everything in this fight and in this match as well. 14 eliminations for 77. And with Magnum and Shifu both still in action, this is very doable for them in a 2 versus 4. Zadira flushed. Shifu in danger. That nade doesn't quite get the full job done there. And Shifu gets the med kit off. But there's a re-knock immediately on Chikawa. And Magnum out with a 1 versus 4. First shot found. Next for the flush. Steps up. Icy. Will he be able to find it? Sits down in the blue, gives the game away, and that will be Virtus Pro being able to take a chicken dinner here. It felt better for them by a country mile, and that is what you want to see, the relief on their faces, rightly so.
I mean, this is their map as well, right? This is the map that they know how to play. It was a roundabouts in their neck of the woods as well, down towards that south side. But it has been a while since we've seen a good game coming through from Virtus Pro. And even then, 77 sort of stole the show with the amount of elimination points that they were able to find here.
77 putting a lot of numbers up. Team Spirit as well. Doing very strong holds towards the middle of the circle. They did some heads-up rotation so far today. They've got one more match to play, so they could repeat that performance over on Erangel. But things keep on changing here in the finals. Nothing is secure yet. Everything can still change, but we're starting to solidify. We're starting to see these tables become a lot more consistent. We've had our era of volatility, but as we come towards the last match of the day, going into the final day as well, I think we're going to see a lot more set in stone.
I think so as well. We do have our last match coming up at you very shortly with Erangel. 2240 damage and 10 eliminations. Lovely stuff coming through from the guys on Virtus Pro. They needed those points desperately. I think that some other teams inside that lobby, Zeus as well, continue to get far into these games. 77, putting up some phenomenal points. And when we thought they were starting to drop further down the rankings, this was a good game for them. This was a very good game for them. Similarly for Team Spirit. I think that they have made it to the top 3 more than anyone else today.
They have really been on a tear. I mean, I would consider Zeus maybe the other component of that. And to be fair, this game, they did do fairly well gameplay-wise. Unfortunately, their point scoring doesn't really stand up to match that. 1 eliminations and 2 placements there for Zeus over on the bottom side of this table. But 20 points for Virtus Pro. It's got to feel good for them, even if they're not going to get too much further up the tables. 77 with 21. IWNRX, again, going back up towards the top of these.
For Zeus Esports, it's not a crazy game from them with only 3 points, but yeah, it's nice to see. RCB as well, 8 points. It's been a while since we've seen RCB be able to do too much. Power Esports, they had a strong game, but really see at the moment, Power Esports sort of just consists of Al Haji, which is not good because it was a case where the entirety of the skill level was raised to Al Haji's level, but not to be anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So take a look at our damage numbers here. 77 doing the bulk of the lifting, but Virtus Pro not too far behind and able to get decent conversion of damage to eliminations. Coming on through. Team Spirit only on 4, which is not ideal for such a late game, such a strong position as well.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, 1,040.7 eliminations, it's not too bad. Pretty good conversion, but almost 3,000 damage done by 77, purely off the back of that really good split down towards the south side, is the main thing that we should be looking out for. It was very, very good, very well played, and I hope to see some more stuff like that in the future from 77, and I'm sure we will. But first, we've got to head over towards Erangel, so we'll see you there in just a little bit.
Ruxa, ruxa. Pega o da direita.
Bora, bora, bora.
Pega, pega o da direita. Sempre a mesma desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso. Chega. Eu tô This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
We have one more match to play today. That's right, we're going back over to Erangel to close out day 2 of our 3-day finals here at the PMSL EMEA Fall season. We have seen some ups and downs, and finally Virtus.pro may have found their feet, but is it too late? Well, only time will tell. Team Spirit sit atop the pack once more, and it feels like all may be right with the world, but Zeus are looking to change history here, defeat Kronos, and take the throne of the Pantheon.
Indeed. I mean, to be honest with you, for a lot of our squads here today, they've all performed very, very well. And some teams better than others. Other teams looking to regain some of that points discrepancy. However, it is that time-old question. Is it too late? Is it too late at this point in time? IDVNRX looking to get things back up to speed, but it's taking quite a while. Heading over towards the map, we're starting down towards Novorevnoye, heading all the way up to Zaki on the other side of things here.
Going diagonally straight across the map for our last pass today. You can see there, Team Spirit, 119 points right now. Nick McGalaxy not too far behind Zeus. 12 points behind that first place spot. Twisted Minds not far behind that either. A little bit of a gap starting to open there. And then you look down from 8th to 9th, so that front page drop off is starting to open as well. Things begin to solidify here.
Looking over towards the map though, Brute Force down towards Novorevnoye. We also have Virtus.pro heading out nice and early to get down towards Primorsk. But a nice easy Erangel to finish off our day. And we'll be waiting to see where the circle does end up going, as both times been over towards that northeast side. Maybe we'd be great for something different this time.
Could potentially be. A couple more seconds and we will see it. IWNRX and Virtus Pro hot drop? Question mark? Gotta hit him with it. Ooh, we're going back up northeast, Blank.
As per usual.
That's the classic. You gotta love it.
Well, that is unfortunate, but we're okay with it. We'll go for it again, see what happens over on this side of the map. S2G, one of the few teams that does make it over towards the furthest on this northeast side. A lot of other teams are already out.
Heroic decided to go up towards Zaki in the northwest corner, Blank, instead of dropping out and going for Lepovka. I mean, fair enough, you're expecting a few teams to drop out and go for the vehicles on the east coast, so maybe dangerous. This is Virtus Pro, who were dropping very close to IWNRX. Obviously, they didn't want to get too into it. They were thinking about getting the vehicle there, but no, Virtus Pro. They're all 4-1. They can get on towards Primos. There will be vehicles further along the road for them, so no need to risk it. There might not even be a chocolate biscuit in it for you. You might just go down, and IWNRX would be perfectly willing to dunk you in a cup of tea if you give them the opportunity.
They'd be happy to take it. Massively so. I mean, for IWNRX, who is currently in 8th place, but not too far away from the top spots, they've been slowly but surely working their way up the tables. Heroic fully over towards Zaki this time, not bothering to take Lepovka, which is an interesting choice, actually, in my opinion.
Yeah, they definitely had the opportunity. I mean, I was saying before that like that east side might be quite competitive for vehicle drops given the angle of the plane path. You know, there's not too many teams going to be dropping down to the south, so everybody who's going in towards that east side is maybe competing for it. But yeah, the decision, I feel like they definitely could have gone for the Lepovka just as easily, but they were going straight over their backup drop with the plane path, so maybe it was just an opportunity they couldn't pass up.
Possibly. So instead of going for that, head over towards... I still think it's a weird drop.
I mean, you do get the advantage of knowing where the circle's going to go, but when you're dropping, but even then, like, so what? I guess you're committed at that point already.
Yeah, probably. I just think that Lepovka is a stronger spot for them overall in terms of the amount of teams that actually drop over towards Kameshki and Mansion. Practically no one. So you have a huge amount of space in the early game. I think Zaki sort of locks you into this weird rotational area where you're always going to be forced to fight against other teams. I get that it's safe, but no one else is going to Lepovka, so you may as well.
Feeling a little bit quirky with their drop spots for Heroic to end out day 2. With Virtus Pro climbing up towards 10th place, Blank, that does mean that the top 10 would all qualify to PMGC currently, if we were to close down proceedings right now. Because Virtus Pro do already have a qualified spot from the PMGC EMEA overall points. 4th place currently on those tables behind Team Spirit, Brute Force and IWNRX, who are ahead of them, but will qualify from their regional stages of Europe, MEA and Türkiye respectively, which means that 4th place does inherit that place. And then the 6 qualification spots we get from these finals as well that are added on in there means the 6 teams that wouldn't be making it, well, they're 12th down through 16th and also 10th because they're arguing right now over that bubble as RCB 1 point now, getting an elimination over towards S2G.
Yeah, very curious. So you go on here. S2G have been certainly suffering. 55 points only. I think that they'd made some okay changes, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. They're just not the same team as they used to be in the past. RCB, on the other hand, looking over towards 77. Do you find a knock over towards that side? 77 yet to breach triple digits after their 2nd day of play. Currently Team Spirit almost hitting that 10-point average with the help of those league ranking points.
It is curious that teams are quite far behind that mark, right? When we've seen every week at least one team really stretch out a lead early on. So the fact that we've got well, coming up to 12 matches played with this one, right? You'd expect to see some teams maybe up towards 130, 140 with those league ranking points, but it's just how close these tables are right now.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. And teams are very unwilling to let go of their position on the leaderboards. I think everyone's very concerned about making it into the top 10 currently. Because there is so many spots, right? So it no longer feels day 2. It's like, okay, well, those 3 are going through to PMGC as it used to in the PMPLs. And you somewhat give up a little bit. This time around, there's so much chance. Every single one of our squads to make it in.
Definitely is. There's a lot of opportunity here. Currently, Fireflux are on that bubble. When you add in the 3 teams currently in the top 10, or well, in the top 6 that would push one further down, you've got 3 of them who are bumping that down, which means that as it sits, 71 points is our bubble. RCB are very close to that mark as well. On 69 points. Which is nice, but it's not quite qualification. Just yet. 2 more, and then you'll be level. Don't know who wins the tiebreaker, though. However, that jump up from 9th to 8th is fairly significant. That's what I was talking about, that boundary between the front page and the second page. Currently sits at 17 points, which is quite a jump up to be able to achieve. You're looking at getting a chicken dinner to really get back in that conversation towards the top page.
Stage 2, about 10 seconds from now. I'm just waiting for our teams to get into it. Northeast, 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 northeast. Come on.
Pachinki.
Give me another one.
It's Pachinki. Oh, hard north. Wow.
There it is.
Okay, so Falcons into their compound, and then they win, right?
Yeah, Falcons get into West Alba compound, live life to the max, win the game. This has been the same thing every single time. Team Spirit's like, here we go again.
We're off to the races. Everybody sends north, around the Yaz fields, around Yasnaya itself, into the Stalba foothills. Positions to the east of Severny as well, potentially important. Heroic taking up the compound on the coastline, which actually we have had a circle finish out there before, and it was fairly successful going for the team that hid in there for a while. I can't remember who it was, but it certainly was a pretty dastardly circle. The north shift puts a lot of those Stalba ridge lines in play, so taking the top of Stalba Mountain, potentially an option here, although it's very difficult to maintain the entirety of that space. It's a very open and large plateau, which means that going up there as 4, often you might not come down as that many.
Look at all the teams rotating in. Actually, incredible amount. All just attempted to get towards the top side of this mountain. Team Spirit. Ooh, dear me.
Right next to Twisted Minds and Coops trying to get display. Matic eating the majority of the damage and not going down. Drains the magazines of the opposing forces. That's going to allow the rest of the team to slip on through. Not finding a knock yet, but I won't speak too soon. I'm not going to say never. Because there goes Kitsune. Pulled out at the back. That's actually, hang on a minute. No, that's at the front. Zeus are in the way.
This is a silly amount of fighting. I mean, Team Spirit just looking to get out of the way and towards a position where they can play this game in relative peace. Kitsune going down though, you know, big brains out of the pie, problematic. Time to play the gondolas. But Heroic, they seem to have some kind of clairvoyance on this match though, put it that way. Swung directly to the east for them to sit at some of these compounds on the very northern side of the coast.
A little bit of settling down now as we had our landslide of teams up to the north side. Normally the landslides don't go uphill, but a lot of people trying to go to the top of Stalba here. And dangerously so. Down on the southwest side, you've got Power and Nigma Galaxy, who could potentially stay out of it for a little bit, but I think Nigma Galaxy, it's more likely you see them rotate up to the north, try and go in towards Severny. That's the north side of Stalba. Another hard north shift, and out the teams go from Yasnaya. They will be sending up, which means the Falcons compound on West Stalba, not as impactful. Zeus with their split, will they be able to hold on to it? I feel like a lot of teams are going to be entering that territory in about 30 seconds. Do they hold that split, or do they regroup?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough for a lot of these teams to figure out what they want to do. And all these teams on the southwest, dang it, this is going to be a hard rotate for a lot of them. I think for Team Spirit, as this 3-man, they have to gamble on Stalba. It's going to be too difficult to play down towards the bottom of the hill. Though, Fireflux will pose an issue soon.
Whoa, look at that on the left. It's not a player, it's an Infinix GT20 Pro. Don't tell anyone. Add it to your tallies.
That's 8.
What? Hey. Can't keep count for them. It's 4 of them.
Well, you keep bringing them up.
That's production. They keep bringing them up. I just talk about them.
Well, I just talk about having this bit.
It appears we are to go in circles here.
Yeah.
Yes. Heroic. They are moving out from their compound. They're transitioning across. I like this movement from them. They're leaving Jafar back, but they've taken a knock. If they can isolate this north side, I feel like they've got a really good chance at just sort of staying away from the majority of this fighting. But I don't think they're going to have that choice to themselves. Other teams are going to make that choice for them. Difficult going for them, to be sure. Fireflux moving in. Twisted Minds on the south. Team Spirit trying to force them away. Maintain their distance and separate themselves from it. But we're now up to, I think, about 6 teams on the slopes on the west of Stalba.
Yeah, a lot of squads all doing exactly this, which is to find a small hidey hole and then hide in it, because it is getting pretty difficult for teams to find spaces within this one. 16 teams at 54 remaining. Real troublesome one here, John. And it has been troublesome circles all day today.
There's been a lot of argumentative circle shifts. Definitely. The lobby trying to convince us to go one way, but then the circle's like, no, we're going the other way. Contrarian. Salem trying to hop out the side windows there, connect the spray, but not quite going to find the mark. Not this time. Heroic lost 2 of their players on the north side in the meantime, Blank. They overextended, seemingly. And we'll have a tough time of it. RCB on the north, potential for a good game, but that will shift away. Go back down south. So 77 around the top of that gondola station. And Zeus as well on their west side. Team Spirit with the high ground on the east. This is shaping up to be a pretty naughty circle as well.
Yeah, it's consistently forcing teams in, which is the difficulty with it right now. So every time that it has created some kind of space for other squads, it then heads to somewhere where everyone's got to crunch further in. Heroic currently dealing with S2G, or at least attempting to, with the 2 players they still have alive in Kevin and Jafar.
They have managed to take a knock, and S2G have tried to swing around the northern side of this to engage this fight. I'm not too sure about sending away from this, but it's going to work out. He gets away here, and Hamzy, I think they're going to find the res. Okay, wasn't a send out. It was a reposition to re-engage on this. Get that sideswipe angle. It's going to be much harder to get this one done, but really timely smoke nades dropped out by Swash to allow him to get back to 3 and immediately step out from the spray. Jafar hiding behind the buggy for cover here as Swash continues to light him up, finds the shot to the toe underneath, and now it's up to Kevin. In a 1 versus 3, they allowed the res. They played a little bit too fast and loose with the time they had available. RCB might flex out. We saw them do it on Miramar. It's now their time to move Silas into position to third party another fight. And he wants to peek over this ridgeline. Kevin in a 1 versus 3. I mean, it's doable for him. He's on the inside and it's only stage 4. Jafar picked up as Swash gets the flush.
S2G to finish this one off. Hamzy. So looking around the side. This is so unenjoyable. I mean, Kevin finds one. It's stage 4. Hamzy G's done for.
But S2G probably done for as well. Silas is going to lay down the lead from over the ridgeline. Virtus Pro, in the meantime... Okay, I thought this was the same compound. No, but we've hopped into the middle of the circle now, over towards where Zeus have been holding for a while. Virtus Pro trying to move in, but it's not looking so good. They've had that chicken dinner. They've had their taste of victory. A little hop in with that Molotov. Could actually burn around the corner there. I think it might be tagging on, but they crawl away from it. Eren with another nade. An underarm on the Cook. Looks pretty good. Changes to overarm. The bouncer doesn't connect onto Koa, but get 3 knock coming on through towards Icy, who crawls out. The hops in coming on through from the rest of Zeus as they step to the back rooms, and Koa can't hold them back. It's Zeus to stay alive, but lose Maniac.
I'm surprised. Oh, Matic!
Huge.
That's a crazy NATO towards the top. I can't believe he's able to do that, honestly. Smokes go down. Attempt to get effect back up again.
Should be able to get over to him to get that res. Zeus now with more threat to their position, but easy dispatch first. Nade in, and Eren tries to cross. Hits the deck behind the cover of the sunken car there. To keep himself alive, it's just Fidan, because they found on Haji. The bounce on the nade for Fidan is disastrous, but there's more nades coming through. It's Falcons who are in for the fight. A lot of damage to Rita, and Eren hits the deck. A nade over to the backlines doesn't connect onto Fidan, but there's more pressing issues on the sidelines. The healing need to come through for Rita. A nade bouncing in, and Falcons get the other corner of the compound.
Falcons. I mean, for Zeus, they took a really strong spot, and I was surprised Falcons been able to get up here. They were far on that south side. Navi going down. Good nade from Darkin, though. Finishing out the basement dweller.
Yeah. He's actually going to take one of those points away from Zeus that they were trying to earn there. The smokes will allow the res onto Eren. Falcons have taken 2 knocks. They get that first res. The nades are going to be a little bit dry now for Zeus. They've been fighting in this compound against 2 or 3 teams. As Falcons try and open up these sidelines, but not going to connect. And the fade away is there. The res onto Falcons can put them back as 4. As Rita just tries to keep that line covered. Falcons can no longer push this angle. But this at the back is the major threat. Trovo 2030 going to move up towards Zeus.
Falcons underneath. Gonna hold this one down. For Zeus, this is a case of just managing expectations in this area. They're not likely to get Falcons rid of too soon, but they need to keep tabs on them. Currently a 3v4. Falcons could strike whenever. However, they start Fidan in their midst, and he could be a bit of a surpriser.
Ooh. Damage knock onto Eren, and Hope goes forward, stepping in. Trovo 2030 may have this time. Oh, another nade to come in, and third party for Trovo 2030. Zeus may have just met their match. They've had so many teams try to move into this location, but this was just one too many. 6 eliminations found, and their day is done for now. There has been ascendant for them, but not going to be able to take that top spot for this time going. Trovo 2030, they spring in at the right time. They're moving through the Falcons. They're forcing them downstairs into the basements. And this is a real sticky situation for them. Trovo 2030 have them surrounded. Come out with your hands up.
Ooh, nice nade from Fidan, though. Helping him out. Just a little bit. The team spirit's still going over on this eastern edge as we move into stage 6 soon. We will get a little idea of what's still going on over there. Good shots from Shifu. Gets the initial tag, and it's pretty much over from there from an accurate man like Shifu.
You might have to take that back. Although he's behind the smoke, so that's kind of fair enough.
Oh, I mean, just knocking him.
Yeah, well, that was pretty deadly accurate. Falcons, they're back up to 4. Masterfully keeping themselves alive as a squad, but there we go. The flush is starting to come through. 477. Twisted Minds from the south side, trying to move Fireflux aside. Solke, the last to stand. Do they know he's there? Cheeky little spot. Circle shifts over towards 77 and Team Spirit behind them.
I mean, they'll be really happy with that. Well, Team Spirit, they've not had to move an inch. They still have this entire eastern side of the circle to work with, which is huge for them. There is a small lip that they're currently behind. I think 77 know they're here. I'm not sure, though.
They mean they have been fighting plenty, so definitely aware that there's a team up the top there. Falcons eliminated in the meantime over on the west side. Wait. Oh, Fidan's alive. Power. How do they do that? How has he done that?
Yeah, he's just living. He is currently just living.
Just live, lol. So easy. That is insane that Fidan, who was a solo for so long, I mean, against Zeus, against the Falcons roll-up, against Trovo 2030, everybody else is dead. Their box is littered around him. He's going to have so much supplies. He's just going to be completely flush with anything he wants to take in, and he's going to need it all, to be honest, if he wants to have a chance of getting some headway into this circle.
Let's have a look then. What we're working with is RCB flies around the side over towards Brute Force. Pre-pods down. Shifu finds Silas, so although RCB makes a good push, it's immediately shut down. Breezer back and forth right now. Nomi in the front lines for Team Spirit does get knocked.
Wild will be able to pick up his teammate. No, other button. There you go. Get that res going. For RCB, they are right towards this bubble blank, but they've got 9 eliminations here. They're trying to catch up over IWNRX, which, to be fair, doesn't see them any safer in terms of the number of teams that they need to surpass, because IWNRX currently are pushing that bubble down 1, so they would be on the bubble either way, no matter if they overtake them. But if they can get over Na'Vi this match, that would be a lovely little safety extra for them to keep themselves nice and toasty warm in these cold winter months.
RCB, Loxy, Wild still up. Twisted Minds, though, a team that's done very well over the course of the past 2 days. On that south side, stuffed the barrel on through versus Fireflux, who have that one last member who we said was in a hidey hole much earlier in the game and is still here now.
Rough stuff if you lose to that spot. Even if they don't win it, losing because of it could be pretty demoralizing. Twisted Minds trying to keep up towards the top side of this table as RCB finds Shifu and 77. They're on 2 now. Twisted Minds the only 4-player team. Everybody else on 2 or fewer.
Twisted Minds. Strong circle for them. Down towards the south side on stage 7. Just waiting for this one to close in. You can see the timer on your screen there. Fidan driving over towards RCB. Mistake, maybe. I don't know. PBS out, but Wild's got the nade. Pulls a pin on it.
Is he going to connect here? It goes a little bit high. It does damage, but he's going to spot that. Fidan has a nade of his own. 11 smokes, by the way. Drops a nade over towards Wild, but those 11 smokes can now be transferred, as Wild will be able to pick up whatever goodies he had laying around him as well. I'm surprised he didn't bring more nades with him, but those smokes may be more valuable for a survival situation. Not going to help now, though. He's already out. Twisted Minds. They still have not cleared Soul K.
Nade over the top. Twisted Minds currently in there 2-2. Team Spirit lays down a ton of smokes here. Stay kicking. RCB 11 eliminations though. You got to give them credit for that.
Absolutely. On this north side, they had a nice spread for a while. They took a lot of fights. And they're working. Team Spirit, they want to get late into this game, secure their top spot. A nade over towards Limbo Boom. He was jump spotting, perfectly placed. That could not be any better from Matic. The Cook exactly on the arc. Precise, mathematical perfection coming through from Matic there for the nade. That opens up opportunity. Twisted Minds moving up to the top of the hill. RCB trying to move further forwards. Redox steps up with a nade on the drive-by. But it's him who's going to be able to bite on that one. And Wild now with the challenge, the spray, downhill, able to just about connect, but effects there to pick up the pieces. Twisted Minds moving through in the meantime. And up the top, Matic with a challenge. Coops in the high ground on the gondola. And remember Solkate, he is still on that cliffside.
I mean, he's not moved an inch. He looks like a lizard down there. Cold-blooded. Taking the warmth from the back of the rock. Or at least the comfort knowing he's likely going to be second here.
Oh, they don't know Matic's here. If Lord peeks any further forwards, he goes down almost immediately. Robs, if he's looking out this window, will spot him. He's waiting. Matic knows that this is the case. He's expecting Robs to look further downhill, but surely Robs has seen this. Yeah, you've waited too long there, Matic. You didn't expect it. And the trigger gets pulled on you. Effect now the last stand for Team Spirit, as Twisted Minds want to take this game into their control. As they already have, but Solkate is just there. I mean, it's almost impossible for him to win this one. But come second. I think that's way more likely.
Effect's definitely going down now.
Oh, yeah. He's going down in a blaze of glory, running into the play zone. Point denied. And now Twisted Minds, they got to find the final player. Where do they think it is?
Got to be on the other side. It is the only position he could be in is on the other side of the map. So it's time to go a Roman.
The way you win this for Solkate is getting at least 1 point. Getting an elimination. If you get a knock, you flush it.
Excuse me, I think the way you win this, you get 4 eliminations and take down Twisted Minds.
Well, win out on the engagement. You can see, yeah, he's definitely committed to going for that flush. I think that's already a victory. Pyrrhic as it may be.
Actually, that's not a chicken dinner, that's a second place.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that, but Twisted Minds did. They were able to take the chicken dinner away. And that will be nice, controlled, calm, collected for Twisted Minds to add the points. And, ooh, okay, relief for them a little bit. Keeping themselves competitive towards the top of the tables.
Well, they know they have to, because they don't have a bye like some other teams towards that top side do.
Who shall remain nameless.
Who shall remain nameless. But yeah, they need to stay towards the top side of the lobby. And because it's so close to the top side of the lobby as well, it's very necessary for the guys on Twisted Minds to continue pumping points out like this. They want to stay towards the top of the tables, or at least in a podium position, to ensure they're in that top 6, because you can fall out of it so quickly.
Yeah, it's really, really close at the top, given that there's no clear point sponge as well right at the top of the tables. The volatility that they're experiencing is pretty huge. Right now, the bubble sits at around 9th place at the moment. We'll have to wait for the overalls at the ends to see exactly where that bubble sits in terms of qualification for PMGC group stages. And it all depends on what happens with Virtus Pro, IWNRX Brute Force, and Team Spirit. But it has been a day of ups and downs here, and to close us down, it is Team Twisted Minds to be able to stand up. Again, a team that over the course of the last month has matured into their roles, has really been able to create a future for themselves.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, this is a very, very strong team. We keep saying it's a strong team that can only get better with time. It's a question whether they keep them together. I really hope Twisted Minds do keep them together because they are a good squad. They just need support. That's all it is. And to be given that time to effectively become a better team and get that synergy on board. That's all they need.
Yeah, and they will hopefully be able to get that afforded to them at PMGC, an opportunity to play with the best teams in the world just around the corner. Team Spirit, 3rd place with 10. RCB with 12 eliminations, getting up to 16 points that match, and that is a great turn up for them to potentially break into the bubble. Fireflux still doing fairly solid with 9, but not going to be able to fend off RCB for much longer if they're able to keep this pace up.
Yeah, I think for RCB, it was a nice game from them. It was a very, very nice game from them, and they looked a little bit more on to where we'd seen them last week, because I think a lot of that had just disappeared out the window, hadn't it? Really, which is not what you want to see. But looking down towards our second page here, we have Enigma Galaxy taking a 9th place spot, with Redox getting quite far into the game.
Yeah, getting 3 of those placement points on board. Not quite as far as the Lone Ranger from RCB to be able to sneak all the way up and to the end there. But, you know, from Fireflux, able to sneak up and to the end there for them. But yeah, you'll take that. You'll take that when you can. 2,344 damage for RCB, but it's Twisted Minds to take the chicken dinner away from them.
Yeah, Twisted Minds taking that one from the top side. I mean, RCB, again, they had a huge elimination count, and that looked very, very good for them. But I think that they were just struggling on that low ground. I think for the guys on Twisted Minds to make that rotation and get control of that high ground, rest it away from 77, that was the big changing moment.
Match report. Azel, 5 eliminations, 1,257 damage. That is one mighty, mighty record for that match. And it's great to see from RCB to be able to get a high presence here on the match report. 2 nade eliminations for Hope. Falcons represented.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, it could have gone a lot better. I mean, they've had a good control over towards that northeast side of the map for quite a while, and it could have gone a lot better, like we said. But they were just unable to transition from that spot. I mean, for Dan, I think he must have been quite the thorn in the side. Let's put it that way. They were slowly taking down his teammates, but he was absolutely certain that he was going to cause problems.
Yeah, it's sometimes you just got to keep it on lockdown. Let's take a look at our overalls now, as Team Spirit just about hold on to that top spot, 129. And Twisted Minds, 123. So very, very close there. Not too far behind them are Enigma Galaxy and Zeus Esports. Zeus today, what a step up from this team. They have continued that pace. The last 2 matches today, sure, haven't been as great for them, but the rotational choices overall have been impeccable and have been able to capitalize beautifully off of them. 113 points and all of them well-deserved.
Now, I just don't want this to be a repeat for Team Spirit, is where they win their finals, then don't do so great in their survival stages, or even just their stages in general. I mean, the fact that they won't have to go to survival stage is good news for Team Spirit, for PMGC. But looking further down this table, Na'Vi at 92. I hope that gets bumped up as well. I'd like to see Na'Vi further up towards that top 6. I think that's where they belong. But they've not been really showing as much of that same performance that we saw from week 1, which was so good. And I think that was when Flip and Lemon and Default were just pinging off the back of one another so well.
You see that the bubble does get pushed down by 3 of our teams in that top 6 place, which means that the bubble goes to 9th place, which RCB have managed to push up towards. 84 points now to 80 on that bubble position. So 4 points separates a qualification spot. The teams now behind that are starting to drag quite far behind. Virtus Pro, obviously, they are feeling fairly confident to get a qualification spot through PMGC points separately, individually, which means that they're not directly competing here for that spot. But Power Esports, Heroic, Falcons, all of these teams are going to really need something special to come out of the bag tomorrow if they want to try and jump up and get a chance to play with the best later this year.
Absolutely. And I think, to be honest with you, let's take a look at the daily winners as well, because there were some real heavy hitters here over on our daily winners for day 2. Erangel was taken by Falcons, but it is the back-to-back, well, semi-back-to-back coming through for Team Spirit on Miramar, and then over towards Erangel. Virtus Pro being able to bring things back somewhat, and then Twisted Mind showing us why they belong towards that top side of the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely there. 2 chicken dinners for Team Spirit, but is the entire day big enough to take an MVP title to their team, do you think? On the day today, it feels like it's been... I mean, you mentioned it before, right? Team Spirit and Zeus. These are the 2 teams that have had really, really big days. So in terms of MVP, I feel like Team Spirit's bad games have not been up to the same standard that Zeus's bad games have been. So I think I would give the MVP maybe to a Zeus player.
Okay.
But then again, Effect has been on a roll. Nomi kind of just dropped off a little bit today as well. So I'm not sure. What do you think?
I might go with Darkin. Let's go with Darkin. Let's go for that.
Yeah.
Let's see who the MVP is of the day. It's Eren.
Oh,
very
whoa.
good. That's 4,002 damage, 19 elimination. That is actually very, very good. So well done to Eren.
That is incredible. 24 average survival time as well. Really great stuff coming on through for Zeus Esports. They seem to have a couple of firecrackers on the roster. I'm sure that the rest of them also can step up. It's very rare that, well, we haven't really seen them do too much, so we don't have a lot of historical data about them before, but now they are stepping up. It feels like it's a very, very much a team effort. So even though Eren is obviously dominating those damage tables there today, across the whole day, it felt like there definitely was contributions coming from every corner of that quad.
Yeah, there actually was a lot of contributions coming through. And you too can contribute to our community here at PUBG Mobile by checking out our social media channels down below on this nice little beautiful graphic right here over PUBG Mobile Europe official over Instagram, TikTok, as well as YouTube.
Absolutely. Make sure you are checking that out. My name has been John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have made it 2/3 of the way through our finals here for the PMSL EMEA. We have 1 day, 6 matches left to play for our teams to have their chance to compete at PMGC and to take home that first place prize. It's all up for grabs, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one minute turn. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.